purpose of this study was to identify misunderstanding or misconception among Jamaican CSEC mathematics test takers based on the responses to the multiple choice component of the test, and data was collected for a particular period from between 2010 and 2016. And if I may, just before you go, the 2010 to 2016 period, after that, there were some changes in terms of, the SBA component came in, and the format of the exam would have changed. But of course, in my view, whatever findings that you have for this particular period, it would, yes, I think that's looking a little bit better now. Whatever the findings were for that period, they would remain relevant for the next 150 years unless we make certain changes. Because from 2016 until now, we have not seen any significant improvement in mathematics in terms of student achievement. As a matter of fact, we have seen some lower pass rate in the subject at that particular level. So let's see what happens as we go along. All right, so these are 3 questions that I'm going to focus on. What is the distractor efficiency for the CSEC mathematics multiple choice test? And we look at it for each year over the period. And we want to look at the likelihood that the Jamaican test takers may have guessed their responses over that same period. And we look at what are some of the specific concepts or topics that the student display more of their misunderstanding or misconception at the CSEC level for the same period. Now, the 2 research questions, the sequence is very important here. We look at the distractor efficiency first, then we look at the guessability of the items before we can make any conclusion about misunderstanding or misconception. So you will understand better as we go along why the research questions are in that sequence. All right, so misconception, that's a topic that we have been discussing that for years now. Misconception, misunderstanding, errors, all of those things. Once you do mathematics at whatever level, those kind of discussions normally come about, right? So these writers, they explain misconception as interpretations created based on convictions developed through learning. Some explain that students failure to master, basic concept in mathematics increases the likelihood of them using the wrong method, which in turn results in errors and the development of misconception. Misconception, some writers say that misconception and misunderstanding, those 2 terms are used synonymously. They're not necessarily the same. One is more permanent. It is always easier for you to correct some kind of misunderstanding, but a misconception is more permanent, and sometimes students will come with misconception, and only God alone can help you to correct it. So misconception is much more permanent than just a misunderstanding or just student making an error, right? So even though the 2 terms are used, sometimes carelessly, but there's a difference between them. So one very important point to note, about mathematical misconception is the fact that many researchers still fail to put forward a clear difference between misconception. If you read the literature, it's not always very clear the misconception and error. But in my view, again, an error can be more easily corrected than a misconception. One is more permanent than the other one. Right? Mistakes and misconception are related, but they are different. As errors, as students are negligent, make mistakes. So errors and mistakes, there's a difference between a more permanent thing that we call misconception about a particular concept. All right, so we look at, misconception, but there are 2 other important things that we must look at. 2 theories that were used in the analysis process. The classical test theory, and we also look at the item response theory. And I'll tell you how these 2 theories were used, in the data analysis process. And of course, the CTT is a simple linear model linking the observed score to the sum of two unobservable scores. And this is just give you a very short, summary of what it really is. Whenever time you do a test, if I can summarize it this way, when a test is administered and you get a score, you get what we call the observed score. That is a combination of two other things. It's a combination of your true score along with whatever errors. And errors can come many different ways. It can come as a result of the administration of the exam. There are so many things that could constitute error. So when you get 59 out of the 100, that could consist of a number of things. Why you get 59? And your true score, that 59 consists of your true score along with whatever else would have been included. Just to summarize the classical test theory, what it really is, right? It is defined. It's a psychometric theory that was developed based on the view that an individual test taker's observed score on a test is the sum of the true score component and for a test taker and an independent random error component. So your score that you get, your 49% that you get to the test, it might have some, it's two things combined. The true score, what is really true, and it comes, along with whatever error would have taken place, whether internally, externally, or however it happened. Quickly. And then, of course, there's another theory now, the item response theory that came after. The CTT was developed much earlier than the item response theory. And this one, is I heard somebody say that, this one is more often used. Not necessarily true. The CTT is still being used very heavily and frequently. It is easier to use than the IRT, easier to understand. Now, the IRT tend to focus mainly on, the ability, the trait of the test takers, and it carries three commonly used. It's actually four, but because I use the word commonly used, I use the three commonly used model, the 1PL, the 2PL, and the 3PL. Let me just quickly make mention of these models. The one parametric logistic model, it speaks to one parameter difficulty. So that model only focuses on the difficulty of the test items. The other one, which is 2PL, it focuses on two parameters, difficulties and discrimination. And the other one focuses on three components, the item difficulty, item discrimination, and guessability, the guessing component. There's another one, the fourth one. That one focuses on difficulty, discrimination, guessing, and carelessness. But because carelessness is so hard to calculate, that one is not very often used in studies, right? This one was actually used in this study, the 3PL, because that one includes guessability component, right? So the item response theory model, the IRT model, in their many forms are widely used in large-scale testing. Large-scale testing, like, CSEC and any test that would have more than 1,000, 20,000 test takers, they tend to use this one. It provides a unified statistical process for estimating performance characteristic. Estimating performance characteristic. So it is the IRT that we use to measure the ability level of the students. We use it to measure a whole lot of things that we use it for, test takers. We can move now. All right, so look at the design of the studies. Once you're going to do a study in psychometric, 9 out of 10 times it turns out to be a quantitative study. You're using a lot of statistics, a lot of complex calculation to calculate things and to analyze data. So more than most times, it's a quantitative descriptive study, and the method of data collection and analysis grounded in the theoretical framework of CTT and IRT, those two main psychometric theories, right? We can run fast. All right, so this kind of summarizes the whole thing. We look at high school students in Jamaica over that period, and I'm talking about public high school. We did not include the private schools, public high schools. And the sample consists of 7,000 students for the entire period. We collect 1,000 student performance data for each year from 2010 to 2016. And of course, we use descriptive statistics along with some other measures from the Rush model. The Rush model is a one-PL model. I'll tell you a little bit more about it a little later on. And of course, you have CTT that consists of things such as item difficulty and some reliability measures, right? The model that I use the 3PL model because we need to look at guessability, and that's the model that features the guessability component. So the 3PL model was used from a software that we call Stata. And so we use Stata, and of course the SPSS to help us with the analysis process. So the Stata software was mainly used in this program, outside of the SPSS that most of us are familiar with, right? All right, so this is organized based on the 3 research questions. First one speaks to the distractor efficiency. The second one speaks to the guessability analysis of the test. And the third one looks at the misconception. And let me tell you why it has to be organized this way. Once you have a multiple choice test developed and administered, a lot of questions are going to be asked. I'm quite sure that somebody would say that, but how do you know that is misconception? Or you cannot guess them this. So you have to do that kind of analysis first. And of course, you have to look at the distractor efficiency, because it is the distractor that you use to help to understand student misunderstanding. So if the distractor efficiency of the test is not good, then you may not want to continue in that direction. So if these two are not good, then the study will take a different direction. It doesn't make any sense to go here. If the student guess, can you conclude that they have a misconception? And if the distractors are not good, can you use them to do further analysis about student performance? No. So once these two are not good, then it would make sense to go here. So we look at these first, right? All right, so this is a summary of the distractor efficiency. And what we do for each year, we look at it for each year. And if you notice, for each exam year, the distractor efficiency, meaning that 89%, the test consists of 60 items, and each item would have 3 distractors. And the last time when I multiply 60 by 3, I think I got 180. Yeah, so the test consisted of 180 distractors. 89.4% of them are functional distractors. And what makes a distractor functional? At least 5% of the test takers must choose that distractor to make it functional. Otherwise, from that, if less than 5% select that distractor, it's not functional. So for the CSEC tests over these years, based on how the Jamaican test takers respond to the test, say, for example, 2010, you have 89.4% of the distractors were functional. Well, you have 47 out of 60 items having all the distractors functional. I think that's really good. So on average of 45% of the items over that period of time would have 3 functional distractors. All the distractors are working well, meaning that you have 5% or more of the test takers choosing each of the 3 distractors. That makes them functional. Of course, we have a number of items with at least 1. You have some with only 1. But if you look at the number of items with 3 non-functional distractors, it's an average of 0. Some year you can find 1 item with all 3 distractors functioning at all, right? That tends to be pretty low. So I would have come to the conclusion then, because this statistics would allow me to move forward then, right? Because most of the distractors in the test are working. So I can confidently use them to make some other kind of conclusion now. Good. And of course, then no, not just the distractors, but you have to look at the question of guessability. If the student guess, you can't conclude that it's really a misconception. Because a guess could mean that you just don't have the knowledge and you just close your eye and select one of the options. Is that true? But we'll measure the guessability of each item for each exam year. And let us understand this kind of analysis because it's very important before we move to the next part now. Let us take, for example, 2010. The number of items, guessability value, and how do I measure this? You run the data in a software that we call Stata using the 3PL model, because the 3PL model looks at difficulty, discrimination, and guessing. So you have to run it in that one. And of course, you measure the guessability value for the item, and you will recognize that items based on the interpretation, items with guessability value 0.20 and below, those are good items. But those with 0.3 and above are considered not to be good items, meaning that the item is prone to guessing. So, and of course, these are, you discard these, you keep these, and you may want to modify these ones. You could keep them, but these are, in the middle, the ones that have values from 0.2 to 0.29. So, and if you look at this, based on the findings, most of the items right across the year tend to be good in terms of their guessability value, meaning that on the CSEC test, the items are not, generally speaking, are not prone to guessing. So I can safely say then, that the student really did not guess. I never said guessing never take place now. But based on this, we have, if you look at these numbers here, 85, 95, an average of 86.7% of the items are good items in terms of their guessability value, meaning that on test, 89% of the items were not prone to guessing. You could conclude that the student didn't really guess in the exam. And if that is the case, now you can move forward in making more analysis and come to conclusion about student misunderstanding, their misconception. So these two things must be dealt with first. Can't jump to conclusion and say, oh, but the student show understanding or misconception here. But the question could be asked, how you know that the student didn't guess? Right? So we look at these first. And then now we can move to the next research question. So here's what we have. A number of items were analyzed, and how did I come about selecting these items? Selected items. We look at the difficulty level of all the items and categorize them based on topics. And we recognize that measurement, relation functions, and graphs are the two topics that the student found most difficult. So I decided to just look at some items from those two. And of course, look at some other items that we consider to be most difficult, right? We look at items that were tested or repeatedly used for 3 or more years. I think that's going to be very significant. I'm going to tell you why it is significant. Look at some items that have been reused for 3 or more years. And if you look at this, this is one item. The same item was used in 2010, 2012, 13, 14, and 2016. One item. The exact same item. And, of course, this is the item you see here. The difficulty level of the item, you will look at for each year, you see the difficulty level. Let me tell you what this means. The item has a mean difficulty index of 0.06, meaning that you could convert that to decimal. 0.46, yes. 46% of the students got it correct. So more than 50% of them got it incorrect. That's what these numbers here mean. So a mean of 54% of the students got the item wrong. That's what this means. This means that 46% of the students got the item correct. That is how we calculate item difficulty. So when somebody said to you, but hold on, man, I can look at the test and know that this item is difficult. That's not true. You can't know if the item is difficult until when it is tested. Can't happen. So this is the key, and these are the distractors. And look at what happened here. So now, very significant. For all the years that the item is tested, you tend to have a greater percentage of the students choosing the same destructor. So the destructors were A, B, and C, and you tend to have an average of more than 80% of the students choosing the same wrong answer. It's not the same set of students each year when the student do the exam. And I'm wondering if there's something wrong with teaching now. Because every year when you test the item, everybody chooses the same wrong thing, generally speaking. Then that is something for us to consider now. I never said something is wrong with the teaching. I was wondering if something is wrong with it. Understand? Because for every year, you have different groups of this. So what changed? The student changed, but for the most part, the teacher remained the same. Remember, I never say there's something wrong with the teaching. You know? But something changed, and then something remained. And then general speaking, for most of the time when the students select a destructor, everybody's selecting the same wrong destructor. It could be some kind of misconception that was, developed over the years among the students. All right. That kind of talking is saying that I'm in for some questions a little bit later on. That's all right. Move on. We got to look at a few more questions and what time is running. So here's another one. This item was repeatedly used for these 3 years, 2012, 14, and 15. It has a mean difficulty level of 0.46. Again, because I should have said before, I tend to look at items where more than 50% of the students got the item wrong. Tend to focus on those items. The same topics that are most difficult to them, and then you look at some items, because I couldn't look at all items, but you look at those where more than 50% of the students got the item incorrect. And then 1% of those through the various destructors. This one now, the key, or C, but this destructor B, you tend to have over 50% of those who choose that destructor choose destructor B. And then, of course, when you do further analysis of the item itself now, because this is how it's done. After you look at this, then you go to this and say, hold on, why is it that they're choosing B? What kind of calculation? Because if the destructor is good, then whenever time you make a destructor, it must be plausible, right? So the student did something to come up with this. And when I look at it, the student, multiply the 3 by 2 to get 6 and multiply the 6 by 8 to get 48. That's one of the things that they could have done right there so for them to choose B. Some kind of misunderstanding or misconception among the students for them to do something like that. So after you have this data, now you go to doing a more detailed qualitative analysis of the item itself to figure out where the misconception or the misunderstanding really is. And so then, as a teacher, looking at this, I would say, all right then, where do I need to go back to the student? I need to maybe go back as far as to looking at the area of a circle, well, as far back as looking at the difference between diameter and radius, all of those things. Some misunderstanding or misconception lies somewhere about this. All right, so we can hold. Here's another one. This one, comes under relations and graph. And of course, one of the points I want to make is this. When you really analyze the misunderstanding, you recognize that some of the misunderstanding or the misconception, they are not lying in the concept that is being tested. It is in the prerequisite that the student tend to have misconception. Because even in a question like this, it is used 2010, the same question used in 2016. You look at the difficulty level here, let us go through this. So for 2010, the difficulty was 0.31, 31% of them got it correct. That means we should have about what? The difference, 31 from 100 would give me what? 69. So 69% of them got it wrong. In 2010, the same item was tested again in 2016. 2016. And so we have a number of them got it incorrect again. And you see the key for both, and you will notice that the pattern was similar in 2016. In 2016, the same item had a difficulty of 0.28. 72% of them got it incorrect. And of the number of test takers who choose the incorrect response to the item, 58% of them choose A. And similar to B in 2010. Because the key was different in the 2 year. And that's part of the problem with our students. When them study the multiple choice item going into the test, they study the letter and not the answer itself. So when they go in the exam, they just choose the letter. But sometimes, even when they repeat the question, they switch the key from one letter to the next, but the students still write the same letter when they study. Because you wonder why the student not passed, and there's a lot of reasons. No? And some person will go into the class with 100 past paper questions and say, all right, student, you must get at least 40 right out of this. Become a study them. But what are they studying? They're studying the letter. And when they switch the letter, we still continue the same problem. All right, we can roll, as time is against us. All right, so we made these conclusions. There are others. Over the period of between 2010 and 2016, CSEC mathematics says because found measurement, relation, function, and graph to be most difficult on the test. And based on my studies, it's a similar thing on the structured paper. Those are the two topics that they tend to find most difficult in comparison to others, right? And they show more of the misunderstanding and misconception in these areas. And of course, we could conclude before these that CSEC mathematics test has a high, distractor efficiency measurement, and that the student, based on the Jamaican student response to the test, the items were less prone to guessing over that particular period, right? Well, before we go, the misconception or misunderstanding sometimes are found, many times I could say are found in the prerequisite to the concept that is being tested in the item. For example, the one we just showed a while ago. It is not really functions and relation, graph in many times. For that particular item, the students are having trouble with integers, because it's the lack of knowledge in integers that causes them to get that item wrong. The negative and the positive, we can't learn that in Jamaica. All right, so let us roll now. Well, we can roll past this and right on time. Roll again. Roll again. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williamson. And of course, lots of probing. I can hear the comments on the ground, so raise your hands, please, so we can see 1, 2, 3 questions to go for. I'm looking at you. Change your mind. All right, go ahead, please. Question number 1. You have a minute in which to ask a question.
Yes, my commendation on a very comprehensive and analytic report. Some years ago, I did a study as it relates to this era, misconception amongst you, but it's mainly in science. It's as rigorous and as detailed as this. But while we're doing it, we did a little proxy test of the teachers. I realized that some of the teachers were coming up with some of the same misconceptions that the students had. I don't know what you're thinking. I know this study wasn't designed to test that, but a professional opinion on that.
All right, so the question is, not so sure what question is as it relates to the teacher with the misconception. But there's no doubt that teachers do have the same misconception. Yeah, we know that. Teachers have these same misconceptions. That's why so much students have it. Misconceptions can come in many ways, as we know. It can cause as a result of the student trying to learn something on their own, and it can come as a result of the teacher causing the student to develop that misconception, maybe because they have it, or maybe not, and it's not all the time because the teacher have it, but because of how they try to put it across. It results from that. But yes, it is true. As a matter of fact, I don't want to say this very loudly now, but about 2 years ago, all right, about 2 years ago, a PhD study, somebody defended PhD paper, and in that paper, we saw where teachers or lecturers at college level teaching wrong content. Now, that is the most dangerous thing that you can ever have in a country because it must trickle down, you know. It's going to trickle down. So the problem is large. Yes, I agree. But because I didn't probe that, I didn't interview any teacher, I'm very careful in saying it. But we all know that teachers do have misconception. Some of these are misconceptions that teachers themselves have. We know.
Thank you very much. May I ask of the lady your question, and then I'll take sir. I think you should, just in case.
I enjoyed your presentation and more your research, good quality research, and your numbers kind of validated the level of work you're doing. So congratulations. Two questions though, because I'm gonna pick it apart. Why did you group the distractors overall? I would imagine that the distractors would be unique to the topic being tested. So you wouldn't put all the distractors and the percentages of how many were good or bad. Generally, it would be unique to the topic. Secondly, what makes an item, I feel like the moderator is going to take the mic from me.
I don't remember well. So you asked why I group them. It is generally how you do item distractor efficiency analysis. You have to look at the total number and percentage because if you ask a question, what is the distractor analysis? What is distractor efficiency for the test? It is the percentage of the total number of distractors that work. So that's generally always done. But however, in terms of when you're ready to look at the items now, you have to check the individual item to see if that item is up to scratch before you move on with it. And the items that were examined, that were analyzed, those were actually checked to see that they have maybe one or no dysfunctional distractor.
Before the research, before the start, in your hypothesis, why didn't you break the topics down individually? So graphs, you do a runner experiment on all test items for graphs, for indices or functions, for what else you teach in math? Vectors, not break them down by topic to see which topic is a misconception. Then do the distractors for those, and then tell me which one is a misunderstanding. It's just that you don't really have to respond to it, but that was a suggestion maybe. The second. All right.
Based on what you just said, I think it is always important because methodology is extremely important. And we have seen a number of studies being done where people try to understand misunderstanding or misconception from a test, and they have not done certain things before. So you really don't know if what they're telling is true. I deliberately choose to look at the DE, the distractor efficiency, and the guessability before I go into any other kind of analysis. So before grouping them by topics and looking at anything else, I think that was most important for me because that would validate any other kind of conclusion that I wanted to make about the students.
Right. Thank you very much, but we're going to allow this gentleman to speak.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Williamson. My question, do you have any knowledge of how CSEC creates the distractors? Because that relates to your third research question of identifying misconceptions. So do they just arbitrarily create the distractor, or do they use something like Pearson's taxonomy? Are they guided in some way so that your analysis can actually correctly identify the misconception?
In terms of how the distractors were created, as an examination body, they normally, bring people together to write test items, and these are, most times specialists in terms of measurement and content. But in my view, whether you use some kind of program, some kind of software, whatever you use, anybody, if as a mathematician, if you take up a multiple choice item and look at it, you don't really need to know how the item was developed for you to know if the distractors are plausible. Because if you notice, I was able to say to you that, it would appear as if the student multiply this by 2 and then multiply the 6 by the 8. If you can do that, then it doesn't really matter whether they use a software or if they use a number of persons sitting around a table. Because, of course, the truth of the matter is that CXC is not very transparent in everything that they do. I know that they use people to write items, and these are specialists, content specialists, measurement specialists, but it's not everything you really know, right? But I never needed to know that. I could look at the item, look at all the distractors, and know if they are plausible. Once I can pick up in my head, what is it that a student would do to come up with this? If you can't find that, then something is wrong. But once it is very clear to you that a student is going to do X, Y, Z to come up with this, then some student should be able to do that, or will do it.
Thank you very much. Sounds as if there's a formula for us here this afternoon. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Williamson. You have done fabulous in presenting the data, and of course, many questions still are on the floor. So I'm suggesting those additional questions may be asked later. In saying on doing the vote of thanks, I'm just going to ask you just quickly, all of you, just one word, just to resonate your thanks to Dr. Williamson. You can shout it from wherever you are. Thank you. Awesome, wonderful, spectacular, extraordinary, excellent, all of those, and thank you. Come, Dr. Williamson, please, a presentation for you. Yes, please. Yes, sure. All right. Okay, hold it. All right. Continue to do the wonderful work. And of course, it's going to be interesting to know what the pandemic period has shown regarding mathematics. Look forward. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
So we are on the wire with time, basically. So I'm going to invite the next speaker to come. And I think I have it right. This would be Miss Andrea Richards. Right? Okay. Hold on. All right. Thank you very much. All right. We have now Miss Andrea Palmer Richards. And she's currently a doctoral candidate at Andersonville Theological Seminary. Her research explores the implementation of social, emotional learning and mindfulness approaches to impact online learning during COVID-19. She's a senior lecturer at Sam Sharp Teachers College with an interest in empowerment, public speaking, and transformational engagement. Welcome as you present on your topic. We look forward.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us at this time. My topic is changing the mindset towards learning with social and emotional mind and mindfulness approaches in the online space. That's really where it was, because this went along during COVID is when this was developed. So we will be looking at the basic things for research in terms of introduction, background, literature review, and the regular things in terms of results and discussion, findings, and analysis methodology. All right. Now, this quote sums up what SEL is about by Maya Angelou. She says, "I learned that people forget what you said, people forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." And that is what SEL really is about in summary. Now, my question to you, how do you feel? I hear great, awesome, wonderful, and I hear good. Good is not allowed in my class. I don't know what good means. And so when I begin my class, I often asked this online. How do you feel? And I recognized my students struggled with explaining how they felt. Good, all right, not bad, so, and fine. Those were the words. And so I recognized they were having trouble explaining what was happening to them in that very moment. And so charts like this would have been put up on my slide online and say to them, now, look for yourself here. And so this is what I did. It's called an emotional checkup. Okay? And every student would have to say how they felt. Yesterday, you can move on. Yesterday, I went to a class. We were running late, and I did not ask them how you were feeling. So a student came to me, "Mrs. Richards, I'm very upset. Yesterday you came to class and you did not do the emotional checkup. And today you came and you started teaching. What is happening? I had to say, we're running late. You all came too late, so we have to skip that out. So what I'm saying, students were looking forward to the emotional checkup. Now, during COVID, we know that it forced us to have remote learning. There was social distancing being practiced. There were learning loss experience and death. And a lot of emotions went with that. People were frustrated. People got depressed. There was grief happening at the time. There was inequity in terms of devices and access. Loneliness, isolation was the order of the day. When UNICEF did their research, they found out on Jamaica that the frustration level in families was up to 41%, clinginess was up to 49%, and anxiety 23%, with fear at 21%. And this is during the COVID period. I also experienced that in my class. And it forced me to write an article in August of 2020 on the whole issue of incorporating SEL in my classroom or in the classroom in the Jamaican space. So what I recognized while I was doing my teaching is that the focus was not being made to the well-being of the students. Persons were focused on getting it right in terms of making sure education continued without looking at the fact that students were going through their own emotional issues while they have to come online. There were financial losses being experienced. People were grieving, people were sick, and those kinds of things. And the UNICEF report continued to say that the pandemic was detrimental to our children in Jamaica, because this study is their study on Jamaica in terms of health, education, and protection. Those were the issues that were dangerous for our students. And I also recognized in the international space that they were focusing on the SEL and mindfulness. Social and emotional learning was being paid for. There was a lot of programs being established to help the children who were at home, and also the teachers who were delivering to the students to understand what it means to have these skills and how to utilize them in your classroom. But I never saw it in my own space. And so as I went on, I decided that I would incorporate it in my classroom online. Secondly, my students also came and they were frustrated. They did not want to be online. Many of them threatened to stop the program. They were going to defer until another time when we go back face to face. And so it means that something had to happen to keep them completing the course. And this is why SEL was introduced. So SEL in definition by CASEL, and CASEL is a group that is doing a lot on SEL. If you're interested in that, if you have not seen them yet, you have not done SEL. These are the pioneers in research, but their research is focused on children. Now they're moving to high school and they're doing research on teachers, but not on the tertiary level. So my research is significant because perhaps it's the first being done at the tertiary level using this approach. So there's not a lot of data that was there to compare with what other persons said. I mostly had to compare it with online learning attitudinal changes, but not the strategy being used at this level. At the high school and the primary school level, it is doing wonderful things for the children in terms of, even in terms of academic performance. There is a whole percentage increase in terms of academic performance for children. So SEL then is that approach that engages both youth and adults in exploring and expressing emotions, building developmental relationships, and supporting each other during this challenging time. That is what they said. So SEL has 5 components. It has self-management, self-awareness. It comes under social awareness as well, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And you could see how these would be important during the COVID period. Now, on the issue of mindfulness, this also comes under social and emotional learning. But Harvard has done many studies and are implementing many of those mindfulness classes in their program. In fact, research says that over 750 Harvard students have participated in the program so far. And that involves paying attention to what occurs in each moment. What is happening with me now? Doing that check. Because if you don't know what is happening with you now, you won't know what is blocking learning, what is blocking what you are supposed to be doing in terms of your space. And so mindfulness, most individuals struggle to be present in this particular time because we're wondering about all sorts of things. Most times at church we do that, not true? Pastor is preaching and we're wondering, what's next? I think I have dinner coming up. Chicken perhaps? Fish? No? Not present in the moment unless something exciting happens, then you tune out and look attentive, but you're definitely not present in the moment. And we wanted students, of course, to be present in the moment online because they had children, husband, issues, and they had many reasons not to be present. So you can understand the importance of this particular approach. Franklin D. Roosevelt said, we cannot always build the future of our youths, but we can build a youth for the future. And that is something that we want to do. So the purpose of my research then, as I said, was to check to see if SEL and mindfulness would change their mindset towards online learning, from being defeated, from being frustrated, to being open and welcoming. So my research questions, and I'll just read the top one for time, and then the rest you can perhaps read with me. What's the impact of social emotion learning and mindfulness approaches on the mindset of tertiary level students towards online learning? And so I looked at the challenges they faced, I looked at the approaches that were taken, and I looked at the impact it had on them based on the experiences that they had. Those were the questions I wanted to answer. So the literature says basically that if you implement SEL, because it's a self-regulated learning and mindfulness strategy, it will help the people do well in any space at any time. And so adolescents, it says, report better levels of behavior engagement and drive for mastery with instructors who provide higher amounts of emotional support. I know we all, when we go to learning, as educators, most of us, we want to get to the content. But if there's a wall between the content and you delivering, then you have to remove the wall. And that is what SEL would have done, and mindfulness. So this is the article I refer to. You can refer to it. August 2020, I proposed this so that person will know, teachers would have options and examples as to how to implement in our schools. This is a short video. We have video on the theoretical framework of self-determination. Now, this has to do with understanding where you are in this particular space. So when we look at self-determination, we have to look at the fact that there are three main components to self-determination. I was looking forward to the video. And we have to look at those components that will help persons to do well in life. So we have the whole issue of looking at self always to determine what is happening with you. Not see my paper. All right. You can go on. It's okay. If there's no video, it's all right. Now we also looked at the 6 seconds emotional intelligence model, and it has 3 pursuits: know yourself, choose yourself, and give yourself. And so when they were able to do that in class, it made a difference. So the methodology. 95 participants completed the study. We actually had 98, 3 persons were not complete, and so we had to remove them. Out of the 390 students I taught for the period, those were the persons who responded. We had 18% being part-timers and 82% being full-time students. We had persons from different programs, primary programs, special education program, counseling program, language arts, math and science, and early childhood student educators that were assessed or involved. The research design is actually a mixed method, and the sampling was convenient because I used students who were willing from my class to participate in the study. It was actually an online instrument that was sent, a link, and they were able to go on. 14 items were there, and there was also the 25 persons from that group that were interviewed as well for the qualitative aspect. Now, in terms of ethical consideration, instrument approval was granted, students' consent was also had, confidentiality was also enforced, and a level of anonymity. So the methodology, it was implemented over a 13-week period. There was the things that we implemented: emotional checkups, motivations, collaborative experience, current affairs, and shared power. When the students were polled in terms of participation, their view about the knowledge acquired, 64 of them said they were very satisfied, and 21 said they were somewhat satisfied. And this is at the end of each course that I would have taught. So when I was finished, I would ask them to finish the questionnaire. So it was several groups over time. And 3 said they were neither satisfied nor dissatisfied, and the rest is very dissatisfied, 1, and somewhat satisfied. The participants felt that the learning outcome was achieved. 72% said that being online they were able to achieve. And let me tell you, they started not there in their minds. They all thought they would have done, not all, most thought they would not have succeeded. So to have them at this point feeling that way, we know the type of mindset. Also, their overall view of the virtual experience was key to the whole thing. When you look at the very satisfied and somewhat satisfied, you have 41% and 48% saying they were satisfied or very satisfied. That is important to the whole issue of data. Participants evaluated also now the course itself, the performance of the lecturer, to see what happened in terms of communication and so on. And when they looked at the delivery, most of them, 74 of them said extremely well in terms of delivery, in terms of instructional material chosen. Majority of them said, 68% said very effective, and of course we have 28% saying somewhat effective. Finally, on this particular theme, their evaluation of the learning activities that were done, and there were many things done in the class. Most of the comments in the qualitative was that it felt like they were in face-to-face. And that was the goal of it. They shouldn't have felt that they were online. It shouldn't have been a sterile space. It should have felt like we were together going through. And so their learning activities, the participants' evaluation, 36% of them said what it was, effective, and 31 says it was interesting, and the other highest figure that it was used. The items, activities were useful. Of course, we know one person said it was boring, I think. And I would have wanted to know who that one person was to find out what was happening, why that was an odd number. The thing that it was anonymous, I could not track that student. And I think that is something I would have wanted to explore. Because I like the hard nuts to crack persons, you know. Those persons make me work harder to get them on my side. Participants' perception now of online learning, their perception that 49 of them said it was worthwhile. I think that's a big achievement, coming from where they were coming from based on what they had said. 38 of them said it was effective. 3 says it was disastrous. And 5 says it was unproductive. All right? No, when we talk about mindset change, yes, when we talk, that's all right. When we talk about mindset change now is what I found interesting as well. 48% of them had said that the course could now be on mixed modality. It can be online and face-to-face, which is a big move. 22% says keep it face-to-face. And in the qualitative part of the data, a lot of the suggestions were for face-to-face because at home there were lots of distraction. The persons had family, some persons said they had chores in the morning, so being at home was not helpful in their learning. So on some of the, and of course some did not like face-to-face either way, and so they wanted to stay. But some persons now online, 30% said we could keep the courses online. So if you add the 30 and the 48, you see we're at 78% of the students looking to say online is not bad, at least not bad. Now, what were their greatest challenge? Because remember, this was also one of the questions I asked. Their greatest challenge was connectivity. Lots of connectivity issues. So in the qualitative part of the data, I wanted to find out what did that mean for them. And I found out it did not just mean that they did not have access to internet. It also included device. It also included electricity. Quite a few of them reported that during the period, they lost power quite a few for days and for parts of days, and so that allowed them to have connectivity issue. Greatest challenge as well was the asynchronous task. The qualitative data says that some persons felt that it was too much work in addition to being online, but also as it relates to doing it for other lecturers as well. So what we should have done perhaps is coordinate the level of work each lecturer gives in the asynchronous sessions so that it didn't become a burden, but they found the activity in ways useful. During pandemic, this is the key as I wind down. During pandemic, initially, this is the findings about how they felt about online. This is really the core of it now. Excitement, excited, interested, comfortable, indifferent, anxious, resistant, and stressed. Those were the options they got based on what they had said to me in the initial classes. And so when we looked at it, we recognized that 3 persons said the thought of being online was exciting. 5 persons said they were interested in being online. 4 said they were comfortable. Another 4 said it was indifferent. They were indifferent to whether or not to be online. But 9 persons said they were anxious about being online. And 1 said they were resistant to being online, and another said they were stressed about being online. And this now, remember, it's from the 25 persons that we would have done. Sorry, 30 persons would have been asked this one. We're going to see the difference now. Can I go back? So at the end, they were asked now, after doing this course, how would you describe your feelings towards online learning now? And it was an interesting shift. But I analyzed it a different way. I'll show you the other version of it. But the comfort level went up. 14 persons says, I was comfortable. 6 said excited, and 6 said interested still. 1 says, I am resistant. And this one is going to be an interesting one. Let me show it to you on another way. This is what it is. So when they were polled, 9 persons said anxious, 6 said comfortable, 3 said excited, 6 said interested, 1 was resistant, and 1 was stressed. Now look at the changes that took place. The 9 who were anxious became excited, interested, and comfortable. 5, significant change. The 6 who were comfortable, 3 remained, 3 were interested now, and 3 were excited. This is after the implementation. 3 who were excited were now comfortable being on the space. And the 6 who were interested had moved from just being interested, remaining 2, comfortable 1. 1 was now resistant, and again I would like to know why, and 2 were now excited. So they moved from just being interested to going into it. And the 1 who was resistant at the initial phases was now interested in the online space. And the 4 indifferent ones, 1 stressed is now interested, and the indifferent 4 were now 1 interested and 3 comfortable. If you look at the data, you recognize that most of the students went from not being interested per se to now being more interested and comfortable being online. And that is the power, I believe, of SEL and mindfulness, making sure we look at persons as human beings. The students really, when I did this interview with them, that was the biggest thing they commented on, how they felt. The fact that they were stoppage to find out, how are you today? What is happening? And they said that they felt that it was a family. Lots of connections were made in the group. The breakout rooms that were done, they got a chance to be with each other, even to socialize while they're doing what I asked them to do. Of course, I would check in on them, and I would think that students didn't want you to check in. That was another thing they said. The fact that I came into the rooms to find out how they were managing and to offer support and encouragement or to ask stimulating questions, they found that interesting and wonderfully well. You know, they appreciated that part of the situation as well. Another thing they appreciated was the fact that they got to participate in the class a lot. The power was shared. The power was shared. I think I'm winding down. All right, so my recommendation is for policymakers to consider redesigning the curriculum and incorporating SEL into our curriculum. To also have future studies being done at this level to find out how our students are managing and how we can impact them using these methods. Organize workshops. What are the things the research says overseas in other jurisdictions? They organize workshops so the teachers to be trained in understanding themselves, for themselves, and then to offer it to others. Multi-tiered approach must be taken as well. So it's not just the teachers at the administrative level, at the ancillary level, everyone in the institution could, you know, learn about mindfulness and how to treat the students as they come. I really would encourage all of us to contemplate. I know it's a lot more to do to contemplate putting this in our own environments until the government says we will do so. I want to thank you. I will not bother to conclude, but I think by now you would have recognized that changes have been made to the mindset of students at the tertiary level using these two approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, as you clapped, I realize that you really see this as really an awesome experience being shared, social, emotional learning, and I'm happy that consideration is there for us as teachers, because we too, during that period, we had our own, and maybe all of that might be a mirror for all of us. I don't know, or some of us from another place. I'm talking to somebody else, right? Okay, so we'll at this time now entertain some questions. So raise your hands, please. So Dr. Dawkins, one question there. Dr. Dawkins, I think others, two questions, three. In 5 minutes, we've got to do it. So Dr. Dawkins and...
No, I couldn't. Thank you for those suggestions. Okay. Not yet, because it was just put together for the conference. The data was already collected, but of course time is a limitation. And so yes, there's intention to publish. Yes, sir. I did not ask them to put names or any identification marks because I wanted them to feel free to share clearly what it is. The only identifier I had, I could identify the class group that the person was from, but nothing personal was asked. it would have to be more interviews of most of them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Lovely presentation. We really do enjoy. And of course, never let us forget, all of us as teachers, that the affective domain is always critical. And many times we are so concerned about the cognitive component that we tend to forget that other side. So thank you for really bringing that back to our attention this morning. Blessings. And we have this wonderful token for you. All right. A very busy morning, but you'll realize that we have a lot of things to reflect on and a lot of instruction in terms of going forward, what it is we need to be looking at, paying attention to, that which we needed to change in terms of our system, in terms of the mindset, all of that. And at this time, we're going to have now Mrs. Keisha Foster McFarlane. And we are asking who is she, and here she comes. A little bit more about her. Okay, Mrs. Keisha Foster McFarlane is a multifaceted lecturer of the biological sciences in the natural science department at the St. Joseph's Teachers College. She also teaches applied research and assessment in education in the Department of Education in Occasion. Keisha Foster McFarlane earned a BSc in biochemistry from the University of the West Indies, Mona, in 2003 and has over 20 years of teaching experience with a track record of success teaching biology at the CSEC and Cape levels. With a passion for sport and biology, she earned a master's degree in nutrition from the University of the West Indies, as well as additional certification from the American National Association of Sport Nutrition. She pursued a second master's degree in education measurement, graduating at the top of her class, receiving the most outstanding award for academic performance in education measurement from the University of the West Indies in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mrs. Foster McFarlane. Here you go, it's all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you would not know that prior to all of this, I started my journey as a swim coach. Yes. Yes. And when you're swimming, or when you're coaching swimming, you have two instruments that you love. Can you tell me what they are? Two instruments. The whistle and the stopwatch. Now the stopwatch is the instrument that would let me know how my athletes are performing, right? Now when I've transitioned to education, I didn't quite have a calibrated instrument, a well-done instrument. And so therefore I realized in education, I have to make my own devices, my own assessment devices, my own tests and rubrics. And that's the problem that we're going to discuss today. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. All right. Now, my husband always says this to me. He says, if you cannot measure it properly, you have no real way of knowing what the problem is, so you can apply interventions to improve it. I don't know where it came from, but he always says it. And I think it's, as a measurement specialist, it is apt. Right? Now, science is the engine of prosperity for every nation. I hear our Prime Minister always says, prosperity, prosperity. But if anyone can tell me the first thought they have when they think about science and prosperity, go right ahead and tell me, quickly. Technology. Come now. I think about biomedical research and healthcare and COVID and dying and virus and, what do you think about? I think about agriculture and food security. You can't eat knowledge. You have to have scientists who become good farmers, who can, secure food. Global warming, energy and conservation. These devices, physics and electronics, right? So, go back, sir, please. Back. Right. It is the engine of prosperity for our nation. Now, who are the individuals who actually will develop the human resource to realize this prosperity? Who are these individuals who will develop these scientists? The science teachers. So therefore, it goes to show that we need to ensure that they can develop their stopwatches, their right? So we need to build discerning assessment skills for our scientists. Now, therefore, teachers are our clinicians. They are the ones who are going to be observing, formatively assessing, as well as summatively assessing to find out how it is that the students are doing. Now, if they don't have calibrated instruments that they can use, that they know how to use, then how are we going to realize this prosperity? Right, so Mrs. Foster Allen, I think she was the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education several years ago. And she would have identified at a JTA conference that assessment skills were weak in the schools. She described the fact that the teachers didn't know how to differentiate. There was an over-reliance on recall. The students weren't relating what they were learning to the day-to-day work that we're doing from the teachers. So I went ahead and I went to her source, and her source was Dwyer, the NEI. When I read the 7 years of information from the NEI, it's the same thing. Most schools were at the second level of a 5-point scale. They weren't doing so well. I went ahead, I looked for some other sources locally, and I found just 3. Just 3 educators who would have done some work on assessment in education. Rainford, in her unpublished thesis, would have done some work, and she too, along with Bramwell Layla, would have identified poor demonstration of assessment skills by the teachers. And one of the things that I found to be interesting is that they said that the science teachers did not feel well prepared for assessment even after going through primary training, meaning training at their teachers' colleges and universities. So that made me even more interested, right? So I went ahead further. Recently, Williams McBean would have said, formative assessment practices, they didn't know what that really was. They were using them ineffectively, and were using these tests, summative tests, inform them formatively. And technically, it doesn't work that way, right? So let's go ahead. Then 2020 came, and most of us would have recalled COVID first year. We were locked up in our homes. The students could not do paper 2 of 3 paper series in CXC, right? So CXC has 3 papers. Paper 1 is MC, paper 2 is short answer, and paper 3 is the SBAs. So they utilize the grades from paper 1 and paper 3 to be able to come up with the scores for their CXC. Now, I don't know if you recall that year where the whole world was against CXC. Huh? Imagine, I study all the test them, huh? And all the MC them, and still let 2? Eh? Right. So CXC did their work, as CXC would have done. They invited an independent research review team. And after much consultations, the team would have realized that there was poor management of SBAs by the teachers. The teachers had low objectivity when they were grading. There were inconsistent practices amongst teachers of the
3 teachers were marking bio, for example. 3 different kind of everything. It was just inconsistent. And there was also a discrepancy when the moderator came in and do on-site moderation. Her scores were far from what the teachers were getting. So CXC, of course, that year they did, every school, I think, was sampled. Normally they would do a sample of schools in the area or the region, but that year they did every school. And they found out that, look here, man, there's some serious business going on here, right? There is discrepancy between the moderator scores and the teacher scores. Now, this problem, or the study, aims to address the poor assessment skills seemingly being demonstrated by the local teachers. And I must say that besides Rainford and Bramwell-Layla's research and Williams-McBean research, there really wasn't anything there. And both Rainford and Bramwell-Layla, they did qualitative research. One article was 6 bio teachers, another article was 3 science teachers. I needed to know exactly what was happening with science teachers in Jamaica, a quantitative study, right? To kind of find out how many of our teachers really, felt that they were doing something or knew what they were doing. Now, I wanted to do actual assessment skill. COVID took away that from me. I had to change a lot of things, and I ended up doing perception of skill level. So the purpose of the study is to explore the teacher characteristics contributing to the levels of assessment competencies. Now, I only had 103 science teachers in the study, and I used the assessment skill of science teachers instrument I am calling ASST. Now, the characteristics I spoke about is the gender. Did gender have anything to do with how they felt about assessment? Is it that females could do it better than males, or felt that they could do it better than males? The length of experience in the classroom, did that have something to do with it? Levels of exposure to measurement training and involvement in the external examination process. Now, before we even go any further, I must say that we all need to be on the same page as it relates to what assessment means. And the measurement community defines it as skills a teacher possesses that enables them to collect, synthesize, and use information to aid in decision-making about student learning, instruction, and classroom management and planning. Now, these skills are grouped in 6. We have selection of the appropriate assessment methods, development of appropriate assessment devices like tests and rubrics and so on. We have being able to appropriately administer and score these instruments. They ought to be able to develop valid grading procedures, communicate assessment results, and identify appropriate responses to ethical and legal evaluate and go in agriculture, but they probably can't regurgitate the notes enough to pass and therefore be chosen to be a scientist. Do you understand that? Right? So we need to have our teachers unearth these skills and values in our students, that not all students can just do one thing, do well at the traditional assessment. Right? So they do this more. The next thing is the short answer and multiple choice. Now, as a science educator, I can understand why it is that they would do next short answer and multiple choice. They're easy to mark, right? Easy to mark, easy to score. Essays, no, much harder to mark, right? Exhibitions, they would have exhibitions, interviews, and so on. They would have to develop rubrics, which I find not many people are affair with. Now, as it relates to the other teacher characteristics, now, gender. Funny enough, I found, and you would be happy to note, if you are science teachers, that there is no difference found between males and females, right? They both are equal, though perceived. They perceive equality in being able to assess. As it relates to experience, there's no difference between teachers who would have been in the classroom for 10 years and those who have been in the classroom for greater than 10 years. As a matter of fact, I found that one to be interesting because the literature will tell you that experience should make you more or better at assessment. But there was no perceived difference. And I would have done analysis on 3 years and greater, 5 years and greater, and I still found absolutely no difference between. And that is interesting, all right? I couldn't really do inter-subject analyses because sometimes the teachers, science teachers oftentimes do they teach like multiple sciences, bio and chemistry, bio and integrated science, physics and chemistry. So I couldn't really do interdisciplinary analysis, but what I did or could do was compare if a teacher is a bio teacher or not, or a chem teacher or not, or a physics or not. And so what I found was that only the bio teachers showed significant difference in their perceived skills. They felt that they could do it better than a non-bio teacher, right? In fact, they felt that they could do performance assessment better than a non-bio teacher and grading and test validity. Now, research question 2. Is there a difference in the perceived assessment competence based on the level of exposure to assessment training? Now, now, I must say to you that assessment training in this study means the teacher training diploma, the bachelor degrees, and then, of course, as well, the professional development seminars developed from CXC. Now, this is very interesting. Please note, when it comes on to training, how much is this? 79% of the teachers believed what? Even with little or no training, that they were skilled. Did you get that? 79% of the teachers believed, even with little or no training in assessment, that they were skilled. Perceived. Yes. So, majority of the teachers were in the skill category, and 79% reported little or no training, yet 52% of them had a perception that they were skilled. And only 3% reported being highly trained and very skilled. Now, the next slide is very interesting, and I want to put your eyes on these two lines right here. These are what we are doing in TCJ. We are training the teachers, and we're giving them, some would have had diplomas from before, right? This primary training, pre-service training, did not give them any perception of competence. Do you know what gave them perception of competence? Work, and it only gave them for pencil and paper tests and test revision and improvement. Look exactly at what is happening here. This is suggesting that after pre-service training, it is the training by the Ministry of Education, the the in-service training that would allow them to feel more competent at assessment. So I also found that one formal training made them feel no increased perception, and that's your pre-service training. However, if they have 3 or 4, that would now be 2 or 3 more in addition to the primary, the first training, then they would feel more competent. So hear what I'm saying now. Yeah, this is very important. What we are doing now in TCJ, teaching them assessment in education, does not make them feel competent. It is when they are in the classroom and they would have experienced some things and realized that, hey, I don't really know how to apply that. I don't really know how to and then another professional development comes in, whether by work, MOE, and only this point for CXC. Then they feel competent. But please note, all dimensions, when they are trained by the ministry, after their first training, they feel more competent. Do you understand that? In all of the dimensions. So, the third research question now, does involvement with CXC confer increased perception of competence? Involvement means that the first level involvement is marking SBAs, and if you mark SBAs as a regular secondary science teacher, plus you moderate, or you mark SBA and you mark scripts, then it means you're more involved. So primary involvement is you just marking SBA, but secondary involvement is you doing 2, and tertiary is if you do all 3. So higher levels of involvement with CXC confers no increased perception of assessment skills. However, if you mark scripts, you were likely to feel or perceive higher assessment competence. And please note that my sample, of my sample, 66% were involved in what I call table marking. These are the teachers who would have gone to Barbie or wherever else and do table marking. They sit with their colleagues and they're able to talk, collaborate, communicate, and so on. So they are the ones who literally would feel more competent in assessment. Now, Giles would have said that marking scripts in itself, or suggested that marking scripts in itself really was some form of professional development. Right? Back. Now, CXC is not doing table marking. They're doing decentralized marking. And that's where one person is sitting down in their home in the middle of the night somewhere marking and trying to earn the dollars. And therefore, they don't talk to anybody, they don't communicate, and therefore, there's no much professional development. So the script markers, they felt more competence in 5 of the 6 dimensions, except the one that says addressing ethical concerns. Conclusion. 73% of the school science teachers perceive high skills in assessment. The science teachers use performance assessment mostly, then short answer and MCs. There's no difference as it relates to experience. And I think the school environment really is what makes the teachers feel some competence. If you have like teachers who are there from before who are able to help the younger teachers coming in, then that would make them feel more competence. And science educators need a minimum of 3 training occurrences to perceive competence. Increased involvement in CXC does not confer increased perception. However, if you mark scripts, then you feel like you can. All right, so let's go further. Okay, so the implications. It means that, therefore, colleagues, professional development is needed continuously for the teachers who are presently in the classroom practicing. They need especially training in test revision and improvement, communicating assessment results, and especially in the SBAs and other performance assessment tasks. Performance assessment is a focus from the average science teacher, and therefore, we are recommending that not only labs are done, but more problem-based learning, right? But these take time and effort, and therefore, I'm going to ask big here in saying to the ministry that, look here, for the science teachers in the secondary school, they need to have less time on their teacher contracts. They can't carry out the additional performance assessment time. These take time, right? And as it stands right now, they can't manage doing all of that plus. So I'm also going to recommend that whenever they do professional development, please do not do a seminar type kind of a thing. It has to involve some formative feedback, right? Science teachers need to seek out training themselves. Don't just sit there, don't know, and then just don't try, you know? School admin needs to also encourage teachers to mark scripts, right? Don't just have them there not doing anything throughout their years of service. TCJ and the universities must provide authentic challenges for coursework similar to what they would experience in the secondary school. Oh my goodness. MOE. I think, I'm going to ask big here again, ed measurement specialists must be employed in all schools. Right? The teachers need at least 3 minimum in-service training, and therefore training should be continuous to ensure, especially because there are teachers now, the experience are leaving, right? The MOEY needs to also provide effective means of delivery of your training programs. This whole seminar type thing is not going to work. And the effective deployment, science teachers need to have less time on their timetables to carry out more authentic assessments. CXC could also provide more supportive environment whilst there is online marking, not just to let the teachers mark by themselves. Right? And for future research, I think me or somebody else, you know, could do actual assessment skills of science teachers and not just the perception. And then for TOS, somebody need to find out what's going on with the TOS. What's going on? Are we practicing it in the classrooms? You know, what's going on there? Can the teachers really do it? And the last thing now, what's the real deal with SBAs? Are the teachers competent or not? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Great introspection here from start to finish. Awesome. We have 5 minutes for question, 1 question each, okay? That's it. Others, please raise your hand for question 1, 2, 3 questions. And we have to do all of that, 4 questions in about, may I indulge, 7 minutes rather than 5? 1 minute for you.
Okay, maybe I'll make a statement in support of your presentation instead of asking the question. Because I had the question and then at the end, you answered the question, so I want to support it. Teachers don't have time to do the analysis that you are saying we can't do. So I don't think it's that we can't do it, it's that we can't do it. I think we don't have time to do it. I have removed marking as a teacher. I don't mark anymore. I have started a company where I mark for teachers, and I have more time on my hands to analyze my teachers. I can tell you who's going to get on grade 2. And I have analyzed the scores of other teachers with the amount of time I now have because I no longer mark. So it is a time that is killing us, not the incompetence of giving back credible feedback to our students when they need it. I love your presentation.
Thank you. Congratulations. But I can put this. I was commending you on a wonderful presentation. Okay, it's working now. Congratulations on your presentation. I benefited a lot from your work. My question is, what do you think are the implications for the practicum? And I wanted to speak particularly to 4th year practicum. So when they in service, the final year students go on practicum. Do you think there's anything that we could do there that would have made a difference in the results that you got from your study?
go in the practicum, short 4 months, and then practice properly.
Yes. Morning, everyone. Thanks for your presentation. Quite informative. I just wondered, though, can you go back to the slide that spoke about discipline and gender? Quickly? Yeah. Because I just needed some clarification on that. Discipline and gender. Yeah. So while we're doing that, so it's very informative. But as an educator myself, we've often been told, of course, in terms of teaching experience, subject discipline, gender, you said there's no significant difference. And we know boys and girls learn differently.
The teacher.
Oh, the teacher. Oh, okay.
No significant differences about their assessment skills.
Perceive that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Huh? She says teacher. Yeah, all right, great. But this is really an eye-opener. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Dr. Williamson, quickly. 30 seconds.
Thank you. 30 seconds. I know of a study that is being conducted now. The findings will soon come out. And I will encourage everybody in TCJ to be present at the time. Because not to give too much from it, but what it is showing us is that coming out of the teachers' colleges, where assessment is concerned, it's not enough at all. It's not enough.
Yes, I was going to say similar to what he said, because I remember you saying so every school should have an MED measurement, and we know the possibility of that is not. But one of the things I also noticed is that you said that the students who do assessment in education weren't as confident. And so my question is, and maybe not just to you, but to TCJ now, is how can we use this now to go back to the drawing board to ensure that the needed adjustments are made to the course assessment in education so that the students can have that know-how going into the classroom?
I'd like to congratulate you, madam, on your presentation. But being the oldest person in this room, I'm amazed that the more things change, the more they stayed the same. And so I believe that things should be taught, and people should use the rubric. 6 and 4 is 10. Let us stick to the rubric by teaching the things in the different colleges that they have the same standards. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Williams. So we resume at 1:30 for the afternoon session. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel.
Session for the day.
Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors
Discipline appropriate pedagogical practices for education transformation. And our moderators for today are Mrs. Julie Winter Roberts. Pardon? Oh, Robertson. Oh, okay. All right. So that's Mrs. Julie Winter Robertson and Miss Clover Tobin. So over to you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to introduce to you our presenter for this afternoon. He is Mr. Kimani Roach. Kimani Roach is an educator and research consultant. He graduated Bethlehem Moravian College with honors and is currently pursuing a Master's of Education degree in mathematics at the University of the West Indies. Kimani lives by the motto of the Ministry of Education that every child can and must learn. Kimani has served as research officer with the Early Childhood Commission. His work in research has also seen him creating a monitoring framework to track organizational year strategic plans and evaluating organizational targets in education. Kimani believes that Jamaica's best way forward is creating an inclusive educational space where the learning disabled and regular streaming students have the opportunity to learn through equitable education. Kimani believes that for the Jamaican system to be ever transformed, the educational sector must first become a sector where all stakeholders see research as an indispensable element of classroom practice. May I invite you to put your hands together as we welcome to present to us Mr. Kimani Roach. Come on, man, do better than that. We just came from lunch. There's some strength in the hands.
Thank you, Miss Robertson. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so the topic of my research that I'm going to be sharing with you today is an investigation into factors impacting grade 10 students' attitude towards mathematics in the Caribbean. All right, so one of the things, as we know, that is driving the educational space today is the need to prepare students to be functionable in a globalized society, right? One that is ever changing. And one of the things that we promote for this to be a reality is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And so within the regional space, math performance has been one of those things that we have been trying hard to ensure that our students have competency, both at the primary, the secondary, and other levels. Now, for my research, I decided to examine the performance of students in math. And I decided to start with GSAT because for me, in order for us to really tackle a problem, we have to start from the very root, the very beginning of it. And one of the things I noticed in a study published by Bourne is that from 2002 to 2016, over the past 15 years, the average performance score for students in GSAT was 54.87%, with a standard deviation of 12.34. So over the past 15 years, looking at the performance in GSAT, we can notice quite a few things, right? Students have always been having a low average performance and a very large deviation. And that suggests to us that the data, the scores of the students are very widespread and that their performance has been not so well over the past 15 years. And so we know here in Jamaica, the ministry at the primary level decided that we're going to change things up a bit. We want to create a test that will pull the thinking capacity of the students a little bit more. And so they transition to the primary exit profile. You can continue. Now, I decided to pull the data for 2019 and 2021 because I wanted to get a kind of pre-post-COVID feel of the performance. And this is what the data said. In 2019, of the students that sat the primary exit profile for mathematics, 6% were seen as highly proficient, 34% as proficient, 52 as developing, and 8 as beginner. Which means that of the total students that were sent into high school for that year, 60% of those students entered the high school system below the proficiency level, meaning they didn't have the basic foundational skills in order to transition in the secondary institution. We also saw the same trend in 2021, where 52% of those students entered below that proficiency level. And so we know there is a problem in performance. Even with the change in examination approach, students are still entering the secondary system below the expected performance rate in mathematics. And we see that poor performance continuing as you examine the scores for GSAT, and this is at the regional level. In 2021, you see that there was a regional pass rate of 41%, with failure at 59%. And this is not just for Jamaica, but for the entire Caribbean region. We also saw that in 2022, with 63% of the students leaving high school without the qualification in mathematics. And so we know performance is really a cause for concern in math at the primary and the secondary level. Many things have been implemented over the years, and so the question among scholars is, what is still causing this poor performance? Continue. Right, one of the things we can definitely say by reading the different scholarly articles is that there is no one factor that contributes to this poor performance in mathematics. But from my perusing the different literature, one of the things that came to the forefront is that one of the factors that we have not really investigated within the regional space is that of students' attitudes towards mathematics, right? Now, though we have not investigated this matter of attitude enough, it was also found that educators have notions. We hear them saying girls have better attitudes towards mathematics than boys. We hear them saying things like they notice as the student age, they become less enthused about the subject. And we also hear them saying that confidence level is what is influencing this poor attitude towards mathematics. But where are these things coming from? The data is saying that attitude has not been thoroughly investigated. And yet, we are preaching these notions. We're running with them. And so, for me, I decided that we can't be making decisions with these notions. They are uninformed. And so, I wanted to really investigate those factors and see how they influence students' attitudes within the regional space, just to see if our notions are true or we need to adjust them, right? So the purpose of my research was to investigate factors, influencing factors, namely age, sex, and confidence level on students' attitudes towards mathematics. These were my research questions. One, I wanted to know if there is a significant difference in students' attitude towards mathematics based on their sex. Two, I wanted to know if there is a relationship between students' age and their attitudes towards mathematics. And three, I wanted to know how does students' age and confidence level influence their attitudes towards learning mathematics. Now, these are the theories that ground my research. I looked at the theory of behaviorism, the theory of constructivism, and the theory of self-determination. These theories talk a lot about interests and behavior and perception, and we know those three things really influence the attitude that you will have towards anything that you do. And so I chose these three theories to ground my research. Now, after examining the literatures, it was shown that students' age, and confidence level does influence some difference in their attitudes towards mathematics. Other research said otherwise, but this was what I noticed. Within the regional space, especially here in Jamaica, there has been little to no research on the matter of attitudes towards mathematics. And yet, we are running with a lot of notions. So there's a gap within the research space, and we might be using data that really and truly don't fit our setting. And so there was really a need to fill that gap. Now, the research was carried out in high schools across 3 Caribbean countries, namely Trinidad, Jamaica, and Belize. Data was collected from all school types, co-ed, all boys, and all girls. And the reason for this is that for those 3 countries, I wanted to ensure that my sample was distributed evenly enough so that my finding could be inferential. I could generalize. The researcher carried out a quantitative study, so I use a mixed design, a mix between correlational and comparative. The reason for using, I also mixed it with the cross-sectional research design, and the reason for that is using the correlation comparative design would help to get the needed data to answer my research question. But what I did, I wanted to view learning as a continuum from primary school through to high school. And then I wanted to pull those students at some level on that continuum, specifically grade 10, to examine their attitudes. And the reason for that, for me, is that examining their attitudes at that point on the continuum would help me to make adjustments as they enter into grade 11 and prepare for their external examination. So the sample size that I used was 215 participants, and that was a sample size calculated using the Rosoft sample size calculator. And that was the sample size that it recommended, given that I wanted a 95% confidence level. The sampling technique that I used was a random sampling technique. Specifically, I used a stratified randomized technique. And again, the reason for that is that I wanted my data to be inferential. I adopted a research questionnaire from Saboya and Pinnock, Professor Saboya and Jacqueline Pinnock from the School of Education, UWI Mona, and I made some modification to that questionnaire. Before I used the questionnaire, however, I carried out a pilot study. So we used 60 students from different schools, and we decided to carry out a pilot study to test the internal reliability and the validity of the questionnaire. You can continue. Okay, so after the data was collected from the pilot study, I downloaded to SPSS and do my little coding and use SPSS to run a Cronbach alpha and a factor analysis. The reason for these 2 tests is that they would really tell me if my questionnaire was okay to continue with the actual study, right? Looking at the Cronbach alpha, there was an alpha value of 0.906, which is very high, saying to me the internal reliability of the questionnaire, the modified questionnaire, was good. And so I could move forward with using the questionnaire. Okay, so after collecting the actual data from the students, to answer research question 1, I decided to run a t-test, an independent sample t-test. And the reason for that is I'm looking at a categorical variable and continuous variable, gender and attitudes. And so the t-test would be the most appropriate. Now, this was the result from the t-test. Based on the data, the null hypothesis was accepted. And what did the null hypothesis say? There is no significant difference in the attitudes of students based on their sex. Importantly, if you look at the eta squared value here, 0.012, it is telling us that the variance, the difference, that little difference that actually exists, only 1% of that difference is actually explained by sex. And so the null hypothesis was accepted. For research question 2, I decided to use a correlational test, a Pearson correlation test, to answer the research question. Now, based on the result from the Pearson's correlation test, we got an R value of negative 0.028 with a two-tailed significance of 0.680. Now, what is this saying? This means that as students get older, we're seeing where the attitudes that they display actually decrease. And so there is a negative correlation between the student's age and their attitude towards mathematics. There's a negative correlation, right? These two things are not moving in the same direction. For the last research question, I use a multiple regression test. Continue. And this was the result. So based on the result from the multiple regression test, the null hypothesis was rejected, right? And the reason for that is if you look at the model, it reflects a statistical significance for confidence level with an R-square value of 0.354. And that indicates that 35.4% of the variance in the students' attitude towards mathematics is actually influenced by their confidence level and their age. The model also reflects a beta coefficient of 0.606, and this indicates that though the both variable influence attitude, confidence level had a greater influence on the students' attitude than their age actually did. Now, based on that, these were my conclusion. One, teachers within the high schools need to find more innovative ways of ensuring that students' enthusiasm remains as they move up the age continuum. So we can agree now that as the students age, we're seeing where the attitudes that they have, it doesn't remain as strong. And so we may need to find out what is causing this, and then find more strategies that can ensure that we hold them, we keep them interested in mathematics as they move up that grade level. The confidence barrier needs to be lifted to get students to approach mathematics with more increased confidence. One of the things I have noticed in teaching mathematics is that majority of the students enter into the classroom, and I'm trying to figure out in my head if it's a generation thing. They enter into the classroom believing that they're going to fail even before giving the subject an opportunity. Try it. They enter into it believing I'm not going to pass. And so we need to find ways to really lift that barrier. The last conclusion is that we need to continue to use and improve on the sex-inclusive strategies, as the difference between the attitudes of boys and girls are minimal. So that notion that we have where we say there's a big difference, girls have way better attitude, the data is actually showing that that difference is not significant, which means that over the years, we might have started utilizing some strategies that are including the boys more, and we need to continue and improve on that so we can keep and increase their attitudes towards mathematics. Now, as a positivist, I believe that research is never the closing of a chapter. But in education, we need to approach research as the opening of new chapters and new doors and new avenues for questions, new avenues for continued research and investigation. And based on my research, these are some of the areas I think we can look into. One, teachers' perceptions of the importance of attitudes towards mathematics. So we get a little feedback from the students. We need to be hearing from the teachers because they are teaching the students. If they don't see this thing as being important, then the approach might not be right. Students' perceptions, we need to be hearing from the student. So the quantitative research have us scratch the surface. Let us do some qualitative digging and go a little bit below and hear from the students themselves. What is causing this attitude, this poor attitude towards the subject? And lastly, we need to look at change. How does the change in attitude actually now influence or impact their performance within the regional setting? All right, these are just some people I acknowledge. Mr. Fruit is here, Mr. Thompson. They, have been very integral in my data analysis knowledge and approach. So I'm just acknowledging them among other people. And these are my references. You can continue, sir. Continue. Thank you so much for listening.
I'm sure that our appetites have been whetted, especially for those of us who have of our own selves that negative attitude towards mathematics. And so at this time yes, so I'm taking questions from the floor at this juncture. All right, so I see the elder statesman in the building. His hand went up first, and that's Mr. Lloyd Bailey.
I must congratulate you, Mr. Roach. Yeah, that I'm impressed with your presentation. But as a elder statesman, and I've been there, mathematics has been a domino effect. Generations and generations. I use myself as an example. When I was in Jamaica, I could never pass maths. The highest marks are 10. Then I improved to 15. Then to 20. And then I lose confidence and say, no, sir. Now I do no more mathematics. So my mother said to me, but mathematics is very important, Lloyd. I said, Mama, I can't pass it, so why should I do it? And so the perception was there, I lose my confidence level. Then I went to America to study, and I had a soldier teaching me maths. And he inculcating us that you can do it. And I passed every maths in America, get all the Ronald Reagan Award, and become a professor of mathematics. And so my colleague, when I came back to Jamaica, I would talk to Jeff. Say, Jeff, right there. I usually teach at the College of Agriculture too, before I become a HEO. And I would go into Jeff's class and monitor to see what he's doing. And today, you can see it. The very PEP students I'm teaching in Montego Bay, the first class they come, sir, not teach me no maths, I'm not going to pass it. And mommy say, I'm not going to pass it. So we have to start at the college level, at this high school level, the primary level. I use a different approach in teaching maths. Last week with the PEP student, I take them up to their favorite spot, Popeye and Burger King. And I say, hard I won't want. And how much change you know have left me, I give each one $1,500. And when I give them the maths test, and then go at which then do the other day, yeah. Maybe one of them pass. So you have to really increase the confidence level for them to pass. You have to use a different approach. Let them see what mathematics can do. I'm teaching a set of high school students last year. I bring in this old lady named Miss Charlie. She's a dressmaker. They're doing measurement. We say, Miss Charlie, measure them blouse and make them see. Measure them pants and make them see. We have to use a different approach that people can see what mathematics can do. When I'm teaching maths, I go to the tire shop and I make the man cut the wheel open. I said, this is pi r square. They must see what them are do. I use the computer and I say, we're teaching measurement. I said, look on the frame. Which one of them is the square and which one is the rectangle? We have to use a different approach to teach maths. Thank you.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Just an inquiry. I missed a point. You said 60% of those that do PEP are not ready for the high school. I think that's what you said. 60%, right? Are below proficiency to enter high school. In mathematics. Did you also say that 60% of those who do CSEC mathematics fail it? Was it 60? I'm just inquiring. Was it 60%? 60%, yes. Right. So my question is, are those two 60% related?
Congratulations, Mr. Roach, on your research. My question, you said that there's no significant difference between the genders in terms of their attitude, but then you measured their confidence level. Was there more confidence with the females than there was with the males? Did you track the difference in gender for their confidence? Because just based on my personal experience, I'd say the females would probably be more confident, but that's something I'd like to find out if there's statistics to back it up.
Any other question?
Mr. Roach, thank you very much. That was a very lovely presentation. I had a similar question thinking about these are grade 10 students? How big is the age range among grade 10 students?
So when we did the research, we saw, because here within the region, we have students sometimes repeating grades.
Right.
And some.
Right, so I was wondering about what that would do to their confidence. If they're repeating a grade, I feel like their confidence would probably be lower already. So this is just a thought that I had while I was listening to you, but I very much enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a certificate in your folder for us.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to get it. Mr. Roach, on behalf of the TCJ, I want to take it a pleasure to present to you this certificate of participation and token of appreciation for coming here and sharing from your bank of knowledge with us. And the mathematical future looks way, way better with you going forward into the future. Congratulations, continue to study and do good research.
Good afternoon, everyone. The task is mine to introduce to you our next set of presenters from the College of Agriculture, Science, and Education. Now, their topic is Vulnerable Subjectives, Language Experience Approach as a Values and Attitudes Curriculum for Jamaican Education. The presenters are, and I'll try to do a synopsis of their intro, given that they're all of 5 wonderful presenters. We have Dr. Amarella Lamont, who is currently the Head of Education Studies at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. She is the 2018 All-Ireland Boss of the Year, 2009 Commonwealth Scholar, and graduate of the University of the West Indies. She holds a PhD in English from the University of Reading, United Kingdom. Next, we have Dr. Maureen Wilkes Miller. She's a senior lecturer at the college with over 37 years teaching experience, and 5 of these years are spent at the primary level and 15 at the junior high school level, and the last 21 years at the tertiary level. We also have Mrs. Georgia Ferguson Thompson, and she's currently the guidance counselor at the college, and she has worked over 21 years in the Jamaican education system. She holds an master's in counseling psychology, Bachelor of Arts in guidance and counseling, and a diploma in education. Next, we have Mrs. Danita Coburn, and she's Head of Humanities and Aesthetics at the college. And she's a trained teacher with over 34 years of experience. She's also a graduate of the University of the West Indies, and she has a Master's of Education in Literacy Instruction. Next, we have the male among the ladies, and this is Mr. Derek A. Wilson, and Mr. Wilson is presently Director of Research and Innovations and Lecturer of Research Methodology at the college. He's a trained natural science. He's trained in natural science with postgraduate training in science education, research methods, and he has quite a bit of experience here. He has more than 15 years experience carrying out applied research and consultancy on behalf of various national and international organizations. And finally, he has more than 15 years supervising academic research at the undergraduate and postgraduate level. Now, with all of this, I invite you to welcome this dynamic team from CASE.
I'm sorry, but just a minute of intermission here. There's an announcement. 1 second.
Thank you so much. Afternoon, colleagues. So a competition has been launched, and the winner will be announced tomorrow. But we have to tell you about it from now so that you can put the plans in place to win. So the prize will be a 10-inch tablet. What will you do? What must you do to win this tablet? So we're asking you to make a 2-minute video, highlight the impact of the conference, whether on you personally, professionally. There's just a video, 2 minutes, you know, the impact of the video, anywhere on compound. What you must do, please follow Teachers Colleges on Instagram. So the handle is Teachers Colleges. Voting closes 12 noon tomorrow, and the person with the most likes win. All right? So, yeah, so it's the most likes. So easy competition. Already, I must tell you, already someone walked out of a session, and she was like, my department needs this. So come good, come strong. Don't let it be too easy for her with 10 likes. Yes. Sure. It's just that with Instagram, I can't like it more than once, so you're good. All right, thank you so very much. So please, colleagues, 2 minutes, anywhere on compound, you can do a selfie video. Just follow TCJ, tag us, Teachers Colleges, and the person with the most likes wins. All right, thank you.
All right, so I hope I'll be able to win that tablet. Yes, pleasant afternoon, everyone. So for the next few minutes, my colleagues and I will be sharing, as you're seeing on the slide there, on the topic, Vulnerable Subjectivities, Language Experience Approach, LEA as a Values and Attitudes Curriculum for Jamaican Education. So our presentation has 6 dimensions. And of course, I'm here just introducing what we will be doing, introducing the project, and my remaining colleagues will interpret the data set, conceptualizing the understanding the LEA, administering the LEA, and then concluding the project. So it is a part of a larger project, and we'll be sharing just a synopsis of it. As you realize, we have quite a large group working on it. So let me hasten to talk about my aspect, which is really conceptualizing the research. And I start there with a quote. Do schools and universities have a responsibility to educate their students on social behavior alongside the academic? And then, moving from that quote, we have another statement. Classrooms are not just places where students learn what will help them score better on tests and exams or get better jobs in the future. They are a microcosm that is representative of the society. And so, colleagues, this quote points to the whole issue of the values and attitudes concern at the center of this study. We are realizing that we're using an educational action research. And if you notice in terms of our research design, our first step is to identify a problem within the teaching or learning environment or the school setting. And then from there, looking at the slide, step 2, formulating an innovative action plan or intervention. And then from step 3, we will be testing this intervention. And from there, sharing the findings. So it is really an ongoing project. And what we realized first and foremost is that it is not just a linear process, but it is really recursive. So we are not just moving merrily along from step 1 to step 2 and progressing to step 4. And that is why we are actually here sharing with you today. Because before we implement this action plan, this LEA strategy, we are actually here to share about it and to share our initial data set with you. So what have we found? Why is there this problem with the affective domain? You notice this sort of disjuncture between the academic and the affective. The cognitive or academic and the affective, as the quote shows. This is a central problem at the center of the study, and it's a tendency to valorize the academic above the social, above the affective. So we note that it is not a problem that we are the only ones acknowledging. And there's a quote from Nandi Aboho and Madwesit, and they're saying, yes, the affective domain is concerned with objectives that are related to interest, attitudes, and feelings. Research suggests, notice, it is the gateway to learning. However, the affective domain is the most neglected of the 3 classifications. Would you agree, teachers? Yes, so that is a problem. And because we're using the educational action research methods, we have to identify the problem. It's a little different from the traditional method. So we identify it, and we are drawing on our language arts methodology to address this problem, how it is reflected within our institution. So there's a research gap. When it comes to questions of cultural relevance and culturally localized interventions to address this problem, because this particular study, it was based on Nigeria, and it is one of the few studies on the affective domain. What are we doing in terms of our Jamaican context? Where do we stand? As the previous presenter noted, there is not much in terms of the attitudes aspect of it. So that is a central problem. And we are realizing that even amongst us as academics, we have been guilty of brushing aside those students we claim have quote-unquote issues. They have issues. And we feel that's not academic. They should go to the guidance counselor, right? And yet it's affecting how they are performing in our class, right? But we brush it aside. And sometimes we might need to stop racing along with that very abstract concept that might not have any relevance to them in their minds, but to look at what is happening too in terms of the affective domain. So this juncture between the two, the affective and the academic, we can find ways to address it. And there are factors that we can do. What we are proposing and what we have done is to look at the LEA, the language experience approach, because it bridges. It is one of the methodologies that we use in the language arts. It's a model that bridges these two, but apart from that, it draws on students' experiences. And my colleagues will be showing us how the actual model works. So we are going to try to see if we can get this model to utilize it with our students. We have a purposeful sampling of vulnerable students. That is why we have utilized the term vulnerable subjectivities. Because when we talk about vulnerability, there are various factors that can contribute to vulnerability. But we have, for this purpose, we have limited it to those students who are on academic probation. Because you remember that that is our point of departure. So we look at those students who are on academic probation, but then also draw on their experiences. And we share from some of what we have previously done. A student said to me, I'm in the class, I'm following what is happening, but I am not able to understand. So I said, what is happening? Is it that you need glasses? What is happening? The student said, Miss, you ever hungry so till you can't see? Right? So nothing new, but the thing about it is, what can we use a model that appears to be academic to bring up some of these experiences? Because this approach will draw on so much more of their journaling. Can we get them to share some of these experiences? What can we do? So the idea behind it is that the educational action research will evaluate the impact of this language experience approach on the academic performance of a purposeful sampling of vulnerable students at our institution. And our action plan employs an innovative use of the language experience approach model, transcending the fact that the LEA was just limited. That's what is innovative about it. Based on the slide I showed, it was just limited to literacy, those language arts people who are here. But research has pointed to the fact that it could be very useful for guidance and counseling unit. So the team we have here, if you were listening to the introductions, we have our guidance counselor working along with us, and we have a program where we are sharing this model and how it can be used in terms of journaling. And then, of course, the nature of the study, it draws largely on qualitative methods because they are doing journaling and creative writing, but also it will use surveys. So we have our empiricists there in terms of our researcher. So it's collaborative and interdisciplinary as we seek as researchers to see if this model can have a positive impact on students with specified vulnerabilities. Why are they called subjectivities? Because we draw on Donald Hall's notion of subjectivity, which says it's a sense of yourself, your valuing of self, your idea of who you are. So we still are working on it. It's a work in progress, and we look forward to see with the sample that we have how the students will improve. It's over an 8-week period with this action plan. So my colleague, the guidance counselor, will share more on the particular sampling with these students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My role in the team encompasses data gathering. In keeping with the action research design of the study, we used the data to facilitate the operational definition of what constitutes vulnerability for this study. For our purposes, we have grounded vulnerability in the first instance in academic performance. We embrace Taddy's MLTL definition of academic performance or achievement to be the extent to which a student, teacher, or an institution has attained his or her short-term goals and is measured by either the continuous assessment or the cumulative grade point average. While vulnerability is not confined to just academics, we had to use a selection criterion to determine the group to be studied. Non-academic variables to be scrutinized include financial constraints, traumatic experience, unstable family structure, and distraction from social media. These variables will be explored to further provide depth and insight into vulnerability. From the pretest, interviews, and observation, there is a likelihood that other non-academic variables will unfold. Now, the results garnered will provide a context for whether the LEA approach can be used as a remedial measure to address issues of poor academic performance. As a prerequisite for qualifying for this study, the participants would be required to meet specific criteria. Among these students, they needed to be enrolled in a program that employs the LEA. They needed to be on academic probation, and they also needed to be exposed to 2 or more vulnerability variables that were mentioned. The sample population was extracted from a subgroup of students within the Faculty of Education and Management Studies. These students had to be enrolled in any of 3 programs: primary education, secondary education, or early childhood education. Now, according to the policy back, the GPA, the college policy states that the GPA of students who have 2.0 or less, or if they had failed 4 or more courses within 1 year, those would be the persons who are considered to be on academic probation. Now, the diagram that we'll see, the next diagram, we'll see that from the data, we had a total of 16 students who were on academic probation. 12 of them were in 11 of them were in primary education, 3 in secondary education, and 2 in early childhood education. Now, it is interesting to note that while financial constraint is expected to be among the liable factor for poor academic performance, the data captured for the institution suggests that there's no significant relationship. The next slide. There's no significant relationship between academic performance and financial constraint. If we see in this diagram, well, there's 81% of the participants had outstanding balances of their tuition outstanding. However, from this 81%, only 12% had a balance that exceeds 1/3 of the cost of tuition. So there was not really a significant 12.5% really applied overpayment to their tuition, and 6.5% captured that there was no financial records. After examining the data collected, it is suggested that there's inconsistency with the counselor's experience of treating with students with financial constraint. Hence, the importance for financial challenges need to be thoroughly explored, along with the indirect factors arising consequently. Now, some of the indirect factors may account for instances where students have been working to fund their education, which births a time issue. Now, we know that when there's infringement on time factor, the study periods for students may be reduced, and their inability to participate in activities which are intended to enrich their academic performance or even to gap the challenges that exist within the academic performance, that is breached. The reality of students who are challenged financially is seen in the numbers who normally takes loans to go on the overseas program. They intend to basically to cover the tuition and to cover their loans when they get back. However, sometimes we realize that they have to actually sacrifice the time. Some of them will leave during the summer break before their examination is finished to actually capture this opportunity, to capitalize on the opportunity. Another observation has been made where some students resort to criminal activities. For example, some of them will be selling drugs, they'll participate in scamming or even gambling. And these hidden factors really shows how vulnerability is masked, and if it is overlooked, the problem may become a monster that our society will be unable to tame. Whatever the association between the variables, it informs for the need for a paradigm shift. My colleague Maureen will enlighten us on the original uses of the LEA.
Thank you, Georgia. Good afternoon, everyone. I will now share with you the traditional or original points of what the LEA is all about. And I will share 6 points. We know that there are many because we have language arts persons in, but I'll just share with you 6 points. The first one is LEA interrelates. LEA interrelates different language arts skills. Now, these skills are reading, listening, writing, viewing, and speaking. And it uses the participants' experiences as the basis for reading and writing. 2, the LEA is grounded in the belief that reading and literacy skills can be developed most effectively by providing students with rich, authentic, and developmentally appropriate learning experiences. Yeah, that's stated by Goodmans. 3, a child's background may be limited, but every child has experiences that can be converted into stories, poems, and even songs. 4, the teacher and students can plan interesting experiences that can result in reading and writing materials that is meaningful for all participants. And the participants there, even though we see the language experience approach as a child's usage, no, it is across the board from early childhood right up to adulthood. The next is the use of the LEA as a key finding for reading and writing development. And participants are usually improved using it. And teachers who actually use the LEA, implement the LEA with real life experiences or activities, we realize that these students eventually will become better students overall in the classroom and in the future. And the last one there is the key ideas that underline the LEA acknowledges that children's family and community, language, and their literacy environment, interactions, and routine strongly influence their reading and writing development. What this is actually saying here, it is the students or the children's own experiences, their real life experiences. It is their language that we use as teachers to write, create the materials. That's the supplemental, and it can be used as supplemental materials for reading. Thank you. Mrs. Donita Coburn will continue.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkes-Miller. Colleagues all, educators all, good afternoon. I now take up from where my colleague left off, and you will recognize here that we will be administering this LEA in an innovative way. We are going to be focusing on not just the intellectual development of our students, but we are highly recommending the focus to go on the affective domain, which is the point of departure from the original and traditional use of the LEA as we know it as educators. All right, so I picked up from the South African Institute for Distance Education, Identifying Vulnerable Learners in Your School. This document suggested that our classrooms are filled with vulnerable students, but it is not always easy to know who they are. And so they cited poverty, there's emotional and psychological aspects, the violence and illness that harm our students. But this happens, notice, ladies and gentlemen, in systemic and invisible ways. So we are not able to quickly identify what is happening. In addition, there's often a cultural imperative for students to stay in the background and not to make demands. And what this causes to happen is that they are often overlooked. Okay? So here comes our perception of an unconventional application of the LEA, where the focus, as you see there, is on the affective domain. The affective domain is used to highlight and to build empathy, to help students to lessen trauma, to top up on their understanding of values and attitudes, as reiterated by the Ministry of Education. And generally speaking, to have personal and professional development of our students at the level that we meet them, right? So the students come to us with common experiences as established by my colleagues. We are attempting to allow them to speak themselves into being through the discussions that we will hold. We are going to allow them to write themselves into being. So we are still drawing on the LEA, the writing, the listening, the speaking, the reading, because we are coming up with the text, right? And so our plan, the action plan, is for us to delve into the use of autobiography over a 2-week period, and a very powerful tool and vehicle for self-discovery is also poetry. And in weeks 3 to 4, we will be looking at poetry, delving into journal writing, which allows for self-disclosure and self-creation in weeks 5 to 6. And then finally, we will wrap up in weeks 7 to 8 with storytelling and writing. And hopefully, this is where we will be able to see a breakthrough if this works. And I hope it will work. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the action plan is to be implemented during the summer break. So this, as Dr. Lamont would have alluded to, the fact this is a recursive and study. We go back and forth. And of course, we are hoping that everything will work out well. When we have our volunteers participating, we will complete the post-test to see the students' responses to the action plan. We hope to host seminars and workshops in collaboration with the Guidance and Counseling Unit. And I hope that forums will make themselves available for us to share these findings. And ultimately, I think we have a very ambitious project that suggests that we will create a values and attitudes module that can be used to build on the previously existing curriculum in our Jamaican education system. And this, ladies and gentlemen, has brought me to the end of our presentation. I thank you for listening, and I do hope that the next time I share with you, we will have good news that the module is underway. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think that presentation was an eye-opener. Do we have any questions for our presenters? As usual, we take the elder.
I'm very impressed with this research. I hope they send me a copy. Many years ago, I actually work with these ladies. They know me, all of them. But many years ago, I saw this kind of perception in the school with the same problem. And so I developed the first work and study program in Jamaica. The first one. I was able to get funding from USAID, the Canadian project. And when I see the poverty, and so I had a pay bill of nearly what? Nearly $500,000 every fortnight when I was at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, because students were in need. And also one of the good things that sometimes some of these English teachers were setting things, and like Mr. Miller would come to me and say, Mr. Bailey, we're setting something, I want something in agriculture. So we work together. You know, many times I was saying, what them ask me that for? But now I realize what they were doing. They were seeing the problem in depth more than me. Congratulations, ladies. God bless you all.
Yes, let me also congratulate my colleagues, and I have a question for them. I heard Mrs. Coburn mention that you're going to help the students to write themselves into being. And I heard Mrs. Wilkes Miller mention, or I think her sixth point was that they're going to use the language of their family and community. So my question is, are the students going to be made literate by you teaching them how to read and write in Jamaican dialect, and are they going to write themselves into being by using their family and community language?
Yes, that's a very good question. Actually, writing myself into being, it is not that I am not existing. I think, therefore I am. All right, so truth be told, it's a reconceptualization sometimes because we refer to traumatic experiences that students might have been, experiencing. Now comes the point where I have to deal with this trauma. I am referred to the guidance counselor. I now understand after writing, pouring out myself, reflecting, because these are reflection These are critical reflection tools that we are embedding in our approach. So this writing of the self into being is the new me that will take on a new attitude. If I didn't value perhaps education because of my struggles, I am now going to say, struggles or not, I'm going to challenge up. This is the new me. The old me was saying, I can't get through this. I think I'm going to give up. But the new me is going to be challenging up, and I will be going to my guidance counselor, my other support services on campus. I will be saying, I need a summer job because of X, Y, and Z. I don't have to go into all the details, but I will tell you that I need this, and I will see new things happening for me. This is going to translate into academic success ultimately. Amen?
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, just to touch on a point, he mentioned their language, their home language. That's the point you were asking. The thing is, we start where they are, and that's the beauty of this approach, because we are to allow them to use what they are comfortable with. We are to allow them to use their personal experiences, and that gives us now a scope for them to build. So the thing about the language experience approach is that it gives you an opportunity to start where the students are, something that they can relate to, culturally relevant, and using that as a way of empowering the students. So there are students who are unable to express. The guidance counselor will tell you. It's not that it's new because they do write journals and allow students to express things, but it's just that we are allowing them to be comfortable through reflections. And all the courses now in the TCJ now have reflections. So you see, they are realizing the need to allow for expression. Many of the students we see in our classes, and they are not performing, and we think that it's just that they are lazy or something. There are other things happening, and through allowing them to voice these experiences. So it's not even just teaching them to be literate. It can provide a platform for that, but giving a scope for self-empowerment and for expression, even using where they are, what they have, what they can speak in. If it's patois, you allow them to write it how they can. Because you're finding out things that you wouldn't know. It would be hidden. Yes.
Question here.
What I'm also saying is that writing into being is that they are also doing some of the areas as a subject. So they have drama as a subject, so they will be doing the medium that you're going to use for them to write. They are exposed to those, so they will not have a challenge in knowing how to write poetry or to do storytelling, because those are included as a course within the curriculum.
And I would advise some of you just read some of the SBA reflective. You will learn so much. Trust me.
Okay, and what I see coming forth from your students are writers, persons who are going to be able to write their own novels, books, and life experience stories. And with that said, I invite you just to move a little bit to the tip of your chair, to the edge of your chair. Yes, just a little bit. Come out a little bit to the edge on your chair, a little bit. And that's you waiting for more from this presentation. Let's have the presenters come as we give them this token. We invite Maureen Wilkes Miller. And then we have Danita Coburn. And then we have Dr. Lamont. Thank you. You're welcome. Georgia Thompson. Derek Wilson. Here he comes. You're welcome. Okay, so the other Mr. Gibbs. Okay.
Yes, so we're just waiting for Mr. Gibbs' assistant to have his presentation up. And I'd like to inform you that this is our final presentation for the day. After this, you have all right to go wet your feet in the water, go have a drink, go mix and mingle.
Currently manages Jamaica under 19 cricket team. Is a fitness enthusiast, as you will see, a member of the West Indies tutor training team, and a fitness trainer for the Jamaica Cricket Association. He is a fitness enthusiast who enjoys running and listening to music. Let's welcome Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Williams. Gibbs Williams. I keep calling him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Don't worry. I remember on my last official trip in, I think it was last year when I was taking my team on tour of a West Indies tournament. I was almost left at the airport because they did not see Gibbs Williams in their system. What they saw was William Gibbs. And so I was not the person who was supposed to travel, so don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, having been involved in cricket for pretty much all my life, represented my country as a youth player, I thought I was good enough to make the transition to elite status. I have seen several youth players who has not managed to go on and to represent Jamaica or even the West Indies, and so it is cause for concern. It is something, so I was motivated to find out what are the possible reasons, what are the enablers, what are the barriers to pathways, the progression of youth cricket, male youth cricket in Jamaica. Because, and I'm stressing male youth cricket, ladies and gentlemen, because females now play cricket at the international level. So there are elite youth female players and male players. So my focus, of course, is on males. I also want to put in context. If you remember growing up as a child, your father, grandfather had the radio beside him listening to cricket, and so West Indies cricket was strong. Jamaica's cricket was very strong. Somehow we have lost our way as it relates to cricket. The development of cricket at the youth level in Jamaica has become a leading issue for sports policymakers and policymakers generally. There is a move to understand the environment and context in which cricket players develop. It is suggested that the interest in the sport among youngsters is on the decline, and we have seen the results of not only the West Indies cricket team, but also locally the Jamaica. The last time Jamaica won the regional tournament was 2010. Was the last time we won the 4-day regional tournament. Interestingly, I was a part of the management setup of that team, and we defeated Barbados in Barbados. So we have been struggling. There is also concern that the grassroots level is in a state, and it is at the SDC T20 tournament has succeeded in maintaining popularity at community levels. There is absolutely no, the national policy, sports policy, does not address amicable pathways for the progression of the sport. Cricket Australia in 2015 maintains that the focus of their pathway is supporting competition at player skill level and having graduated player numbers to augment players' activity levels. The purpose of this study is to explore the barriers, enablers, and pathways to progression of youth cricket in Jamaica. There are certain research problems, of course. There are concerns regarding the apparent high percentage of youth players who show no interest in participating in this sport beyond high school levels. There are players who are engaged competitively, but their performances, ladies and gentlemen, are considered lackluster, lukewarm, below par. There is a lack of evidence that directly affects youth participation and performance in the game of cricket today. I only have 4 research questions. Yes, only 4. What do participants view as enablers, barriers to achieving successful progression in youth cricket? What are some noticeable interventions that have been put in place by clubs, coaches, governing bodies? And when we speak of governing bodies, West Indies Cricket Board, Jamaica Cricket Association, what is the proportion of cricket progression from the youth to the elite level in Jamaica? And how are enablers and barriers rated as pathways to the progression from youth to the elite level in Jamaica? Significance of the study. This study will add to the sparse body of research pertaining to youth cricket development from schoolboy to national engagement. And I say sparse because there is currently one of the problems that I find in the Caribbean as it relates to cricket is that we talk about the problems, but there's no document to support the arguments that is currently out there. So you will find people will tell you of the issues, but when you search, there is not documented. It will provide insight to the Jamaica Cricket Association. Hopefully, it will provide insight to the Jamaica Cricket Association on program development in youth cricket. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm stressing, hopefully, because what I find in my discourse is that depending on who is at the helm of the association, they may not necessarily be looking at the viewpoints of any other person, but we say they have tunnel visions. Allow cricket administrators at the school, club, national level to reflect and implement sustainable measures towards the development of cricket. Theoretical or empirical perspective and pathways. Green's 2005 model of sport development features recruitment is the initial stage and comprises of the individual sports system at various levels as well as family. Motivation plays a pivotal role at the individual level, which is coupled with the availability of the sport and various programs. The system level is likely to increase the individual thrust into a sport if it better meets their individual motivations and needs. And we also notice that skill level, financial resources, and social support systems could be barriers or enablers to the commitment of the individuals towards any sport, not just cricket. The England and Wales Cricket Board in 2018, through a survey, found that the popularity among youth cricket in England was dwindling. And I said to myself, oh, I thought this was only in the Caribbean. But we're finding that it is also affecting the involvement in England. Some cricketers could play more, but their version of the cricket game on offer to them did not suit them. Respondents said they do not have time for the sport. We also realize that competition mastery and extrinsic rewards were the strongest indicators of the propensity to play. That is, the amount of money that you can make out of the sport. We found that it was, in fact, a motivator in the English system. Continue to the next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to employ an exploratory sequential mixed model design. Why? Exploring the phenomenon by collecting and analyzing primary and secondary data in a sequential manner is highly recommended according to Cresswell and Plano-Clark. That was in 2018. Qualitative analysis provided crucial information for formulating the questionnaire for the quantitative phase of my research. And the design was chosen because there is absolutely no research. I cannot find one that has so far been conducted locally or regionally that is in the Caribbean. And as a result, I decided to go this route because I thought it's the safest way to go. Findings. From research question 1. What do participants view as enablers and barriers to achieving successful progression in youth cricket? 7 themes emerged. 1, limited opportunities to practice and competition, pressure to specialize in other popular sports, poor quality of coaching in some cases, lack of diversity and inclusion. I found that one interesting. Inadequate support for mental health, lack of mentorship, lack of communication between stakeholders. In interviewing my players and coaches, and I look at, for example, lack of mentorship. One player reported, and I quote, "I can't say I've seen anywhere where mentorship is provided." Another player responded, "I have some level of mentorship through my coach." One coach responded, ladies and gentlemen, "Yeah, man, mentorship is provided for the players." Very informal, and that's how we find that some of our coaches operate at certain levels. On the matter of pressure to specialize in other popular sports, A player reported that I was pressured to do track at school. Another responded was, football was king, so I contemplated playing football. Limited opportunities for practice and competition. Clubs need to provide more opportunities for youth. That's according to one player. Another said, they get practice through schoolboy cricket, but in the in-between stage, that is, of competition, more work needs to be done. That's according to one of the coaches. Lack of communication between stakeholders. A club administrator reported that there is need for communication between administrators and other levels in the industry. And according to a coach, to each his own, but the youths are suffering. Keep going to the next slide, Mr. Burton. Let's look at research question 2. What are some of the noticeable interventions that have been put in place by clubs, coaches, and governing bodies to promote the progression of youth cricket in Jamaica? 4 themes emerge. These are interventions from clubs, coach, governing bodies like your parish associations, your Jamaica Cricket Association, progression and development of male youth cricket. Let's look at some interesting findings from club interventions. Training and development programs, increased access to facilities and equipment, outreach programs in communities, mentorship for youth players. Coaching intervention, coaching methods and technique, player evaluation and feedback, relationship building and team cohesion, professional development for coaches. Keep going. Governing body intervention, come back, yes. Governing body intervention, funding and resource allocation, policy and regulation implementation, tournament and league structure, collaboration with community organizations. Finally, progression and development of male youth cricket, talent identification and selection process, pathways to professional and national teams, player welfare and support, role of parents and guardians in youth cricket. Discussion of findings. Overall, the findings suggest that there is significant work to be done to overcome the barriers to the progression of youth cricket. Much of the findings are not necessarily in keeping with the literature that is out there. By addressing these challenges and developing effective strategies, it is possible to create pathways for individuals to excel in the sport and to promote the growth and development of cricket as a whole. I'll conclude based on those. This study has identified several barriers that are hindering the progression of individuals in the game of cricket. The findings indicate that there is a lack of funding and resources for program development, as well as limited opportunities for practice and competition. Additionally, cricketers are facing pressure to specialize in other popular sports. For example, track and field and cricket, which is leading to a shortage of talent in cricket. And poor quality coaching, lack of diversity and inclusion, inadequate support for mental health, a lack of mentorship were also identified as significant barriers to the sport. I'm recommending, therefore, that we identify potential funding sources for program development and to determine the most effective ways to allocate resources for the development of cricket. Outline talent identification strategies to attract and maintain the most talented cricketers. Increase the number of capable coaches at the youth level. I think that one is very critical. Identify strategies to promote diversity and inclusion in cricket. And finally, plan effective ways to support the mental health and mentorship of our cricketers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now open for, I'm a super moderator that I can stand and take a few questions should persons. Thank you. I know that Dr. Dawkins, a former player, is here, and I know he is very interested in what I'm doing. Mr. Wilson has a question, I see.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as far as I can remember, it could have been maybe about 1992. That was the last time I sat in a space that anybody was talking about cricket. And it is really because of the experiences of the West Indies team. So I want to congratulate you, Mr. Gibbs. I think it was an excellent presentation. What is obvious, though, is that enough seminal work we're not seeing enough seminal work out there. And so this is a huge start. As I said earlier, it's more of a statement than a question. So this is a huge start in terms of how we can build out in relation to cricket and the barriers and so on and so forth. The question I wanted to ask before I saw the conclusion had to do with the funding, which you spoke to the funding. But I also think that the sport is also one of the most expensive sport in terms of gear and so on. So that is, my opinion, another barrier that you have to face, separate and apart from funding for pitches and so on. And then the last thing I'd want to say, which is, again, is more of a statement, is to our research officers that are in this room. I want to congratulate you for taking the time out to, if I should say, listen to what I would term a more practical approach in terms of research. I'm a very pragmatic person. I do believe that enough work is not done in terms of creating a correlation to what is done in the classroom and what is done practically. So I want to congratulate all those research officers and persons who are not necessarily involved in multidisciplinary activities to support what is taking place. So thank you very much, sir, and excellent work.
Colleagues, for those of us who do not know how expensive the sport is and what the youngsters can look for, for example, if you play cricket at the national, we call that at the elite level for your country, and you go through one season, you earn over 12 million Jamaican dollars. Now, when you see an international team towards, say, a West Indies test matches played at Sabina Park, all youth players that we have identified in Jamaica coming through as possible elite players, all of those players, especially at the end of a tour, they leave their personal kits and they donate them too. And these are worth millions of dollars. Now, one of the drawbacks, as Principal correctly said, is how expensive the sport is at any level for that matter. For you to get a proper cricket bat, about 40,000 Jamaican dollars for a cricket bat. A pair of shoes and a cricketer. I was discussing with someone who has no knowledge of the game, and I was at pains to point out to them that your average cricketer needs at least 3 pairs of cricket shoes of different types. One has no studs, the other has half spikes, and one has full. Now, each pair costs in excess of $20,000. It is one of the most. However, I'll tell you this. Yes, I'll tell you this, that I was very fortunate, ladies and gentlemen, and this is why I'm so passionate about doing this research and putting the this body of knowledge out there. Because when I have discussions with my counterparts around the Caribbean, and we are sharing similar sentiments and we're having similar issues. And I go back to 2010 when I was engaged in my first senior tour. And we went on the Pearls Cup in the United States. And all the players walked off the field of practice when the cameras came to our practice session. Because guess what? They walked off the field, and Coach Wilson will tell you about image rights. They walked off the field because nowhere in the contract it says that their images will be sent to India, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, because those teams were also in the tournament with the Jamaica team. And so they walked off the field. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you without taking tales out of school that in 2010, my pay package moved more than 200% because the players walked off the field because of that. The point I'm making, the sport is expensive, but any player makes it to the elite level can forget about that because they will change their life and the lives of their family. And that is one of the that's one of the driving factors for me to put this knowledge out. I want to find out, why are so many of our youngsters, talented youngsters, not making the grade? Let me take Michael before I take you. Sure, Dr. Dawkins. Yes. We learn improvised equipment. Yes. And it is my impression, Mr. Williams, yes, that cricket as I see being played, being from St. Louis, of origin of so close. Yes. But we used to make bats out of muna. Yes. Coconut, etc. It is something that I see is missing. And I think with our ball being made out of plastic and the movement of the ball would teach us naturally movement of the legs, etc. It's essential in cricket. Do you think, or do you think you could do a research on seeing the effect that this has on goal sport of cricket? And then two, what impact you think West Indies, Jamaica cricket, a negative impact that has been placed on Jamaica cricket, West Indies cricket, with the number of persons who have been going abroad to play cricket, as we had in the past, with a lot of players going to England to play county cricket versus now? It is simple, Michael. You know, ladies and gentlemen, when I heard of this upcoming research conference, I became immediately excited because I said, I want to be a part because the discussion must be had, the language must be put out there for all to see. And so I'm very passionate about doing whatever research that is to be done. I know I have a passionate team behind me, and I'm prepared to work with them to make sure that the discussions are held at whatever level with respect to the research and the findings that we can come up with. But to say that years ago we had our players from the Caribbean jetting off to England to play in the county championship. West Indies we were ruling the roost then, and a lot of international teams realized that it was because of our involvement in the English setup that was helping them to grow. And so, believe it or not, today in the county championships, you may have one or two West Indians. Bearing in mind that because of the T20 setup and the franchising of T20 and where the world has gone, where players will tell you, I'm not interested in representing West Indies at Test cricket because one is 5 days as opposed to a T20 game that is 3 hours long. I make 10 times as much as I make. If you look at the crowds are tenfolds who watch the T20 game because it's shorter, it's more exciting as opposed to the Test cricket. And so players are more excited to do that, Michael. And so therein lies some of our problem. The next thing that we must talk about, the discussion must be had, is that too many of our players are now realizing that it's all about the payday for me. And ladies and gentlemen, I am not knocking them. I understand where they're coming from, because that loyalty, that commitment to West Indies, and I think a number of our players are losing sight of the fact that it was West Indies cricket is an institution in the Caribbean. It is an institution. One of the largest institutions in the Caribbean is the West Indies team. And so if you look at the Windrush trade to England, when those old folks in England saw the West Indies team play in England and they lost the game, people cried. When they won, that was the only opportunity they got to walk with their heads held high in the streets of London. And so West Indies cricket to them is a serious business. I don't think all of our players today understand that. Jalette. Oh, Dr. Dawkins, I'm sorry. Yes. Oh,
Hello, I'm a custodian too, you know. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I went to GC, I did level 4 cricket. I was maybe the only female in that class. And so when I went to Portland, I realized that cricket in Portland was a bit different than cricket in Kingston area. One, we have too much rainfall, and so most of the time we don't get to play a lot of cricket. Also with the youngsters, when they're playing cricket within Portland, they're quite fine. Barefoot, socks, sneakers. But when they do well within Portland and have to come out of the parish to go and represent, that is where we're having a problem with the youngsters. Image not only count in West Indies, but also with those persons. No, the schools can't afford it. It is going to be the parents. Now I have a son that football, cricket, table tennis, and any other sports except running. But he cannot run. And so I would say to him, choose one. He's going to choose one that is going to give him more hype, which is going to be football. Also, I am discouraging him to choose cricket because a cricket shoes is very expensive. And as you said, they need a rubbers, 50-50, and a full, because it depends on the weather, eh? And so I believe that the youngsters are really choosing, one, the sports that their parents can afford to give them the things for, and two, which one is it that the school is promoting? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Probably 3 or 4 schools who will always be in the finals or vying for championships.
Yes. In cricket. Mm-hmm.
So I'm proposing that we do away with that. Because ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to share this one with you. This is very personal. When I leave Jamaica and I have to do an interview before jetting off with the team, and they'll say to me, manager, how you feel about the prospects of your team? I say, I'm really hoping to do well. But the moment I sit on the plane, I said to myself, here we go again. Because I'm realizing, ladies and gentlemen, that our youngsters participate in below par tournaments and competitions. And when they make 100, Dr. Dawkins, they believe, and you get the impression that this kid is ready for the market. However, when we get to competition that is on a level playing field in another country, Mr. Wilson, you realize that this boy who you thought was so good is really operating down here. It is a challenge, that problem, and so we're proposing that the structure for youth status in Jamaica be revised with immediate effect. Finance is a real concern for the cricket and the good, and the proposed death of the sport, and that's something that we can't run away from. I think the governing bodies, I'm not going to tell you in this forum how much money local cricket boards get from but it's a tiny sum. How we manage it is another story. I know of one of my mentors who has a simple philosophy to trim the number of persons who you feed, and so you can improve the quality of the product. By that I mean, if you reduce the number of persons who play cricket, but on the other hand, it's another negative. Let me take Jolly before going to Dr. Dawkins.
All right. So I notice your topic is about the pathways to progression, and I don't know if other so-called developed countries such as Australia and England have established pathways. And as a practitioner and someone who works close to the Jamaica cricket, the boards and the administrator, do we have a formal pathway program, or we know that we have the good structure of schoolboy cricket, but do we have documented structure in terms of pathway to progression in youth cricket?
There's absolutely no progression to pathways of youth cricket in Jamaica. However, we are trying to use the model that the Australian and the English have, but we are falling way below the 8 ball because, interestingly, as I was pointed out, in Australia, for example, they see participation in youth tournament just to augment their player numbers. We now focus on the end product, which is the winning of competitions and so on. And so we've got a problem there. The day we look at participation right across the board to grow the sport is another kettle of fish. And therein lies some of our concerns. I think
Dr. Dawkins, and then Miss at the front, our final question is with her. Okay, so you'll be the last question.
Sir Gibbs, I want to commend you on your presentation. It has opened door to possibilities, further discussions, further chat over drink and so forth. No, it's true. And I know that the lack of resources is a significant factor in development and no clearly defined pathways and so forth. But I remember there was a time when we had so many cricketers. Herbert Chang couldn't get a game, right? And could bat well because we had a flood of talents, right? And you have linked that to the apprenticeship system in England where they played cricket and they can concentrate for long. But at the same time, we have had a lot of outliers. We have a Brian Lara, a Shonda Paul, and a few others, right? Who are part of the same population. Chris Gale too. Part of the same population, but somehow they seem to be strong enough and determined enough and motivated enough to really perform at a high level. In the case of Shonda Paul, I think he bought a bowling machine and so forth. So I'm wondering if in your future studies, right, research, if commitment, attitude and interest, commitment and motivation couldn't be variables you could look at.
You know, Dr. Dawkins, in talking to my players and coaches, those are some of the real concerns. You would have seen where some players would have commented on mentorship, etc., because we believe and we see where guidance, proper coaching, proper coach education is critical. But let's not forget one's own motivation. The document spoke about extrinsic motivation, the amount of money they can make, but the inner drive is often missing. Interestingly, I was sitting in a presentation yesterday when I think it was the one with where the question was asked and the students, none of the students showed ownership for their own lack of performance. And so what we find today in cricket is no different, and that's why I'm so excited to present at this conference, because looking at practical sport and to show you that there's no difference between that inner drive to perform academically and that inner drive to perform on the sports field. I find that there are a number of youngsters who come to the fore and they are talented. And I'm appealing to point out to them, you can change your life, life of your family, with just some inner drive to get there. To close this answering, there's a youngster in Jamaica. He's not so young anymore. Raman Senior was identified in 2012 cricket for Jamaica. He was in the youth tournament in 2010. He was voted the most valuable player in the youth tournament. He has played no game for the national team. You ask the question, what could possibly have gone wrong? That is something possible.
Okay.
Maybe that.
Okay, we go to Miss here.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Mr. Williams, my question is a bit unique, but I know that many Jamaicans might have voiced their opinions about it, and I just want to have your opinion. So, it goes, why is cricket the only sporting body that's joined with other Caribbean countries? And do you believe that Jamaican cricketers would benefit more if Jamaica disband themselves from West Indies cricket? And wouldn't other Caribbean countries benefit from this?
I love that question. It's a
What's that?
question. First of all, Jamaica as a body could not survive on their own in cricket. One, we do not have the resources. Two, we will not find the quality players to survive at the international level. Three, ICC, that's the international governing body, would not recognize individual countries. And if you know how the template of cricket is set up, it is franchises, yeah? So Jamaican franchise, Barbados franchise, Leewards franchise, Windwards, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, all those 6 franchises come to make up the West Indies. Remember the history. We're coming from the West Indies. Years ago, Doc will tell you that we had a situation with the Caribbean Football Union, where we tried it, but because of the level of politicking, then we could not survive. Also, back then, Mr. Wilson will tell you about the way back when Puerto were trying to go to the Olympics, and GC Pastor himself, the man, was trying to make the West Indies team, but because of how it was set up. But interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, you see, cricket is, in the Caribbean, I keep telling people, we must not be ungrateful. Cricket is the only fabric that we had as black people then. And so when my boys jetted off to England, they, because of the might of the West Indies team, our counterparts, our family, friends in England could hold their heads high because of our well-working. What kind of happening today? We sat on our laurels. We do very little or no work on progressing the sport. We depended on the sheer talent of our players, not realizing that the English team that we used to be, the Australian team that we used to be, the Indians who were nobody, and that's all that my work, the Indians who were nobody, they were busy putting infrastructure and policies and programs in place. While what did we do? We sat and we held our chest, bare our chest and said, we are the best and we remain the best. Where are we now?
But we
Now
built one
we're
cricket
behind our
academy.
page.
But we built a cricket academy, didn't we?
I'll tell you what happened to our cricket academy. It's based in Barbados. But the only problem with the academy is that because it is connected to a campus, West Indies can only benefit from it for 3 months of the year, May to end of August, because it's on a university campus. That's one of the biggest mistakes that they have made, where an academy is concerned. We tried years ago, I don't know how many persons remember, we tried to set up satellite academies in the Caribbean, but to no avail because the number one reason, funding. Okay. And that's the challenge.
Okay, final question over here.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My question, you said in your study, in your results, that youths were being pressured to participate in other sports. And my question is the media part of that pressure? Because years ago, JBC used to show the West Indies every time they took to the field. You go to any office and hear the radio playing with the cricket. But of course, we understand that is because the team is not doing so well again. But could the media be lobbied so that when the West Indies do well, which they do from time to time, if they even broadcast the game, the match after afterwards, just so that young people can be exposed to it, because they're more likely to watch a basketball game now than they are a cricket match.
Giving coverage to cricket matches again, because that was the fabric that held the cricket together. When you hear it, you become jealous and you want to be a part. If you recall, a number of matches played locally at Sabina Park. When you hear how well the team is doing on the radio, people used to head to Sabina Park. We don't find that anymore because folks simply not hearing what's happening. And so it's a challenge. But I take the point, and it is something that we need to discuss at other levels.
Thank you so much. And you know what I have learned right here today? Cricket is not just Chris Gale. And so, Mr. Williams, someone needs to hear this. I am looking for the media because this is something that we need to share, not just with us in this room, but Jamaica, the rest of the Caribbean, the rest of the world. And so I look forward to that article that you will write in the Sunday Gleaner. Okay, so we have this presentation for you, Mr. Gibbs Williams. Your name is in the correct order at this time. Yes, so thank you. Thank you so much. No photos? Where colleagues of Mr. Gibbs?
Thank you very much.
So, Mrs. McFarlane will take over from here.
Thank you so much. It was a very productive afternoon. We learned a lot, right? Good. We say thank you, Jesus. Yes, I'm a Baptist. Alrighty, so then, as I said before, this is it for today. We did not get the QR code to pass around, so just put your phone on that, and when you're going through the door, just scan the code, and while you are interacting or getting a little time, you just fill out the evaluation forms. Because I am sure Mr. Gibbs would want to, you know, despite the anecdotal evidence that he saw your faces and so on, and you were so delighted, I'm sure the committee would like to get your feedback. All right, so thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. God bless. Okay.
Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel.